Chapter 110. Not only was Brando surprised by her answer, but even Badam and Roan also raised their heads to look at her. Amandina stared at the young man and replied, "Don't worry, sir. Whether it is to fulfill my father's promise or to express my personal gratitude, I will complete this task." Brando was taken aback. He could not help but look at the noble's daughter, as if trying to discern whether her answer was due to pride or stubbornness. However, from the firm and clean face of the young man, he could read a combination of both, and even a little bit of confidence. Where did her confidence come from? Brando was at a loss for a moment. The development of this matter was getting more and more out of his expectations. "How do you plan to complete this task, little girl?" Badam asked from behind. He looked at Amandina from head to toe, and could not help but use the vulgar and teasing tone of a mercenary to reply, "Even though you can be considered a pretty little girl, our lord already has a fiancée, little girl." Amandina was a noble's daughter. Even though she was in dire straits, she had never heard such vulgar words. She was so angry that her pale face turned red, but she did not want to talk to a vulgar guard. She could only look at Brando, her eyes filled with disappointment. Then she turned around and walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and took out a scroll. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she walked over and handed it to Brando. "I believe its value is not lower than your estimate, sir." She thought for a moment, and answered simply. "What is this?" Brando asked. "My work." Amandina was a little nervous when she said this, but she immediately became confident again. Roan snorted at the side. Badam looked at him and could not help but poke him. "How much money do you think this little girl owes our lord?" Roan was stunned, and could not help but raise his head to look at this guy. Even though Badam's long hood covered his face, the short cripple could still see the beard on his face. "You don't know?" he asked. "Of course," Badam whispered. "Why should I know? I thought you knew." Roan glanced at him and began to calculate for him. A noble like Borg, even if he's a little down, he should still be able to leave behind at least 1 or 2,000 Tors worth of annual income. That's close to 100,000 Tor coins. It's not a lot, but it's not a little either, old friend. That is indeed a large sum of money. Badam nodded. "Are you saying that the scroll in Sir's hand is worth 100,000 gold coins?" "I didn't say that, but it's possible if it's a painting by a famous artist. It's not surprising that some masters' works are worth millions." However, that little girl had already said that it was her work. "To tell you the truth, I don't think any of her works are worth that much. Otherwise, would this little girl still live in this kind of place? You're really a snob." "This is only a reasonable speculation, my lord." Amandina could not help but clench her fists when she heard their conversation. Brando held the scroll in one hand and did not stop the conversation between Roan and Badam. He was a little confused at this moment. What is this scroll? Is it a magic scroll recorded on a long piece of parchment? Or is it a copy of an ancient document? Or is it just as Roan said, Amandina's painting? He had seen many of these scrolls in his past life. Some of them were priceless, and some of them were worthless. He stared at the parchment that was burnt to a crisp. It was a thick stack of parchment. The paper was not of good quality, but it felt heavy in his hands. For a moment, he was unsure where Amandina's confidence came from. "Can I take a look at it?" he asked. "It's already yours." Brando nodded and carefully opened the scroll. What entered his eyes was a complicated line drawing. A large number of lines formed a mechanical pattern. Mysterious patterns and magic circles filled the drawing. Every blank space was filled with a long explanation in beautiful handwriting. Brando only took one look and felt the world spinning. It was not a surprise, but a sudden realization. So that's how it is. He immediately closed the scroll with his heart beating faster. This was the design of the most primitive mana-conducting device. The drawing was quite rough and could not be compared to most of the mature products in this era. From the drawing, it could be seen that the designer did not have much talent in this field. It could even be said to be clumsy. Because of this, it was a clumsy work. But at this moment, Brando's heart was filled with understanding. So that's how it is. How did Origin, one of the top 10 player factions in The Amber Sword, obtain the blueprint from the production and design of the mana-conducting device that was monopolized by the Empire's royal family? How did it open the prelude to the era of independence for the players? So that's the answer. Brando did not expect to encounter such a thing before he came here. He had never connected this weak girl with one of the top 10 puzzles in The Amber Sword in his previous life. They seemed to be two completely unrelated things. He did not even consider the possibility in that direction. If he had to describe his feelings at this moment, it would be that there was no warning and he was caught off guard. It turned out that the leader of Origin, staff, did not infiltrate any of the empires. He had completed this hidden quest line from the beginning. Brando used almost all of his willpower to keep his expression from changing too much. The blueprint in his hand could be said to be of epoch-making significance. There were 3 kinds of power in this world. The first kind of power was called the elements, or a higher level of existential power. Fire, wind, water, earth, truth and law, time and space, and even matter itself were all existential powers. Those who could master this power were called warriors, elementalists, wizards, and all kinds of powerful beings. It was just that different powers showed different characteristics in their bodies, but they all had a common measurement, which was Oath energy level. The power of the elements was a hidden existence in different people until the power of the person exceeded 500 energy levels, OZ. In the description of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, it was called Elemental Awakening. Since then, these people would be crowned with the title of Knight of the Holy Cathedral. This would be a long and even untouchable process because in Wond, most people were born with only 0.3 energy levels, OZ, in their bodies. They would not be able to reach such a height even if they spent their whole lives. But the heavens always favored some people, and there was no lack of such people in this world. They were born with such qualifications, so they were called the chosen ones. The second kind of power was not human. It was called the power of God, which was also the power of faith. The gods in Wond had long been divided into 2 divine systems, Hilmer and Ainka. Hilmer was secular, while Ainka was arrogant, but the gods controlled the sun, moon, stars, and the laws of all things on earth, so they were called gods. Their existence depended on this world, or it could be said that they were the projections of the laws in the sky. They did not need people to worship them, but the small mortals feared these powerful beings and developed faith in them. The gods also responded to their people. This response was the power of God, the power controlled by the priests. The source of this power was the will of the gods to transform this world, and also the care of the high and mighty beings for their children. Because of this, there were many sects on earth arguing day and night. The arguments between them originated from the misinterpretation of the gods' will, or the confusion of the gods themselves to transform this world. As for the third kind of power, it was the power of wisdom, and also the power of mortals to transform the world. The magical device in Brando's hand was also known as the mana pivot. It was the source of all magical power in this world. Through the non-artificial, mechanical, conversion of the energy in magical elemental crystals, it could provide power for small magical guns, large warships, and even floating cities. It was the invention of the Byuga craftsmen, and soon it was secretly mastered by the royal families of the great empires. This brand new power created by mortals quickly changed the structure of this world. Starting from the rapid development of productivity, it led to great changes, and the ensuing conflicts of power and resources, as well as the Holy War and the November War that lasted for decades, all of these caused the world to become turbulent in the past 100 years. And now, Brando held the root of this turbulence in his hand. The significance of this blueprint was that although it was not technologically advanced compared to most similar mana pivots in this era, and could even be said to be far behind, the conversion efficiency was at least 30 years behind, but it changed the essence of the mana pivot that was monopolized by a few people. In the Amber Sword, this mana pivot named Star, designed by Amandina, was first created in the player's territory 20 years later, and it was also the symbol of the rise of the players below the NPCs. And at this moment, this symbol was in his hand. He could not help but take a deep breath and asked, "You designed it?" Amandina's face was originally a little nervous, but when she heard the question, she was surprised. You can understand it?" She could not help but ask. All of her knowledge came from books, although all of her interest and energy had been devoted to the design of mana pivots for a long time. Her former teacher also told her that her talent did not lie in this, and that if she wanted to continue on this path, her achievements were destined to be limited. But Amandina still invested all of her money and effort into this path, especially after the death of her parents. She devoted herself wholeheartedly. She sold her family's property, and even almost fell into the trap of a flirtatious merchant. If not for her noble status protecting her, she was afraid that she would have become someone's plaything. But Amandina did not give up. In particular, she insisted that perhaps she had found a way to lead to the mana pivot. She had designed many blueprints, and this was just one of the ideas. It had a fatal flaw, and that was that it consumed too much energy to make the finished product look a little unrealistic. But the little girl still stubbornly believed that her design was worth the price. But she was prepared to be ridiculed by Brando, and she mustered up her courage, but this was the answer that she was waiting for. He could understand it. "It's very rough, but at least it's a finished product." Brando replied. No, sir, you don't understand." Amandina coughed and replied, "This design is actually a half-finished product. The input and output are not proportional at all." "What? You dare to use a half-finished product to repay your debt?" Roan jumped up when he heard this from behind. But Brando motioned for Badam to stop him, and then looked at Amandina and replied, "It's fine, in my opinion, this is a good deal. You have fulfilled your promise, Miss Amandina. You have indeed paid enough, and even more." He was not lying, and it was indeed more. Compared to the Borg's treasure, this was more of an unexpected gain. Amandina could not help but widen her eyes. "P.S. Although I'm a little ashamed that this month's updates are much less than expected, I still shamelessly ask for your votes." Chapter 111. Then I'll take my leave. Brando put away the scroll, but when he looked at Amandina's situation, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Amandina shook her head. "No need, thank you." She leaned against the door and whispered, "Thank you for bringing me news about my father, sir." She coughed twice. Brando couldn't help but think that she was a confident and stubborn girl. He thought about it for a moment, and he didn't have much money on hand. Even if he wanted to help others, he would have to wait until after the auction that Cripple had arranged for him. When he was about to leave, he heard the sound of messy footsteps coming from the stairs not far away. Everyone was startled and turned around at the same time. "There are quite a lot of people." Badam put his hand under his cloak. 7, no, 8. "Don't be nervous, this is Braggs." Brando stopped Badam and stared in the direction of the stairs. But as soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of curses coming from down the stairs. "Fuck, I really don't want to come to this damned place. That girl is so stubborn, I think we came here for nothing. Shoo, these noble ladies are all like this, they're so arrogant on the surface. As long as we scare them a little, I guarantee that they'll tremble like little animals. No matter what we ask them to do, they'll obediently hand over the things. In my opinion, the Baron already said that it won't be a big deal even if we do it with her. She's just a fallen noble. If we don't teach that damned girl a lesson, she won't know what we do." "What do you know? How can you believe the words of a noble?" "They're worse than the demons in the underworld." A group of people appeared at the corner of the stairs, just in time to meet Brando, Badam, and the others. There were exactly 8 of them, and all of them were wearing the new light gray uniform of the Public Security Cavalry. They obviously didn't expect there to be people upstairs, and almost all of them had an expression of surprise on their faces. Their eyes first fell on Amandina, then back to Brando and Badam, and finally to Cripple, who was blocked at the back. "It's you. Cripple, what are you doing here?" The leader frowned and asked. Brando stopped Cripple and asked, "Who are they?" "A hooligan from Hood District. I didn't expect you to become so pretentious after not seeing you for a few days." You're even wearing leather. Cripple's eyes flashed as he stared at the security cavalry uniform on the other party. It seemed that he didn't like these people. Humph, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. A person on the other side cursed. But the leader stopped his comrade, and Brando's actions showed that he was the leader of the three. The leader couldn't help but feel a little confused. Even though Cripple from the Black Pepper Alley wasn't a great person, he had always been a loner, and was famous in their circle. But today, he was with these two unknown people. What was the meaning of this? Especially when they were together with the daughter of the fallen noble, things became a little troublesome. You are? He thought for a moment and decided to test them first. Brendel glanced at him but did not pay any attention to him. He turned back and saw Amandina's hands gripping the door frames so tightly that her joints were a little white. The girl lowered her head, and even though she didn't speak, these subtle movements made the young man feel the fear and panic in her heart. He thought for a moment and asked, "Are they here to cause trouble for you?" Amandina nodded. "What's the matter?" "They said that my father owes them money." "Your father can't be a gambling addict, right?" "Why do they all lack money?" Cripple, who didn't know the truth, muttered from behind, but he immediately saw the girl's eyes that were about to spit fire. He was so scared that he subconsciously swallowed the rest of his words. "Does your father owe them money?" Brando asked. Amandina's eyebrows furrowed and she shook her head. "How could my father have dealings with people like them?" Brando thought for a moment and turned back. "And who are you?" His words were steady and powerful, and the leader of the group saw that Brando spoke in an orderly manner. He was already a little afraid, and his heart skipped a beat. He thought that this young man must have some backing. Even though he couldn't see Brando's face under the shadow of his hood, he could tell his age from his voice. He hesitated for a moment and didn't dare to blame Brando for ignoring his rudeness. After thinking for a while, he said, "We are the Knights of the Order of Knights under Hadel's rule. I'm Alv John, and these are my brothers. We were entrusted by Viscount Turst to collect the debt." "Since when were the Knights of the Order of Knights in charge of this?" Badam crossed his arms and couldn't help but sneer at the back. The 7 or 8 people in front of him were embarrassed. A few weeks ago, they were just a bunch of commoners who hadn't seen much of the world. Now that they were in front of this mysterious young man, they couldn't do anything, and they couldn't refute him either. The leader of the group wanted to slap himself in the face, but he didn't expect to be caught red-handed. Fortunately, one of them couldn't help but grumble, "It's only right to repay a debt." Brando looked at them and asked, "Who do you want to collect the debt from?" The Knights of the Order of Knights fell silent again. They looked at each other, and the leader finally answered, "It's the young lady behind you, sir. Her name is Amandina, and her father owes Turst a large sum of money." Brando scratched his ear. Turst's name sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite remember it. He thought that this kind of person must have a certain level of fame in the Amber Sword, but had deviated from the main story. This kind of person was either an insignificant character like the Golden Apple Lord, or a person who was better at hiding his or her identity. He turned around and asked, "Who is Turst?" "A young man about the same age as you. He's the deputy of the leader of the Silver-Winged Knights, Medshk. There are rumors that he's the illegitimate son of the Duke." Roan's face changed and whispered, "Brando, it's best if we don't get into a conflict with these people. They're Turst's men, and you can't afford to offend them." The old man couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, he didn't speak too disrespectfully, or else he would have gotten himself into trouble. But once he regained his composure, the cunning old fox began to think about how to get out of this mess. But Brando heard the hidden meaning in his words and smiled. "Cripple, you seem to want me to get into a conflict with this Turst that I've never met before?" he asked. No, I wouldn't dare. The cripple, Roan, laughed awkwardly. He didn't expect the other party to see through his little trick so easily. But he didn't know that Brando knew his little trick like the back of his hand. Brando looked at Amandina again, and saw that her face had turned pale. She had obviously heard Roan's words. Compared to her father, Medshk and the Duke of Grenoires were people of a higher status. If these people wanted to cause trouble for her, she could only close her eyes and wait for death. But Brando thought that Mejk, the leader of the Silver-Winged Knights, was a noble with a military background, but in reality, he was a lackey of the unifying guild. Terst didn't have much of a reputation in the Amber Sword, and the only thing he was famous for was his illegitimate son. Brando finally understood why he wasn't sensitive to this person's name. The only thing that puzzled him was that it was rare for the nobles of Wone to kill each other. Even if the royal family tried to seize power, it would only be done under the table. Terst knew about Amandina's situation, but what was the meaning behind his actions? Was there a grudge between the ancestors? It didn't seem like it. Brando couldn't help but think that Terst might have taken a liking to Amandina. That was not impossible, as the nobles often played this game. But this is a little troublesome. Let's not talk about whether she's willing or not, but I'm not willing either. The value of the designer of the mana conduction device is almost immeasurable. I'm not going to let her slip away from me. I didn't want to express my desire so urgently. Firstly, I want her to lower her guard, and secondly, it's the nature of a merchant to bargain when doing business. But it seemed that the plan had to be changed. He turned around and asked, "Does your father know Terst?" Amandina quickly shook her head. She was a smart girl, and immediately figured out what Terst was trying to do, just like Brando. She had never seen Terst before, but his methods were disgusting. She subconsciously thought of the closest person she could rely on. She couldn't help but look at Brando, feeling a little nervous. However, Brando did not disappoint her. The young man immediately drew his sword after hearing that. The gleaming elven sword sent chills down everyone's spines. Drawing his weapon meant that the negotiation was over. However, the leader still wanted to salvage the situation. He cleared his throat and was about to speak, hoping that Brando would consider Terst's influence, but before he could, Brando had already swung his sword. Swoosh! A ripple passed by everyone, like an invisible gust of wind. The pressure of the wind made everyone's hair flutter in the air. That was only for a moment. Then, with a click, a button that was nearly 5 meters long was opened on the ceiling. There was silence in the dim corridor. P.S. Thank you, my friends, for your concern and love. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support legal reading. Chapter 112. Sword Aura. Roan's expression changed. He could not help but take a closer look at Brando. He suspected that this young man was not the one he knew. The Brando he knew was just a young man who came out of the militia. Perhaps he had some reputation for his swordsmanship, but it was impossible for him to become a master swordsman who had awakened his elemental power in just half a year, right? Amandina gripped the door frame tightly, then let go. The sudden turn of events had exceeded the limits of her imagination. She bit her lips. She did not expect that the person who brought news of her father would be a gold-ranked swordsman. Such a young great swordsman. She could not help but wonder if this young man was actually an enlighter who was born with the power of a level 1 elementalist. Batum crossed his arms and remained calm. He took in everyone's reaction and couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. The first time he saw this knight display such a sword technique, he was also shocked. Of course, he also had a faint sense of superiority because he knew that Brando's true strength was not limited to this. As for the Knights of the Order, they were already stunned. They tried their best to guess Brando's identity, but even with their limited imagination, they could only think that he was a noble, or even a descendant of a large family. They didn't dare to think about it any further. But who would have thought that such a young swordsman would appear in front of them? Of course, it was possible that Brando was not a great swordsman at all. But he did not mind creating such a misconception in front of these people. Just like what he wanted, this impression was deeply engraved in their hearts, enough to make them want to retreat. Brando retracted his sword and replied, "Did you hear that? This young lady said that her father does not know Terst." But the leader finally recovered from the shock and spoke subconsciously with a conflicted expression. Brando secretly made a gesture to Badam. But what? Hurry up and get lost. The red-bearded mercenary looked at Brando and immediately turned back to order sternly. The few of them looked at each other. Brendel clearly did not want to reason with them. They were familiar with this attitude, but they usually did not bother to reason with others. They wanted to directly attack, but the person standing in front of them was a swordsman of the Order of the Thistle. Even without the bodyguard's help, the young man alone could take them all down in 10 seconds. The leader almost choked, but he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He replied, "I understand, sir, you have decided to interfere in this matter. In that case, I hope you can let us know who is going against Lord Turst." Brendel glanced at this guy and thought that he was quite the character to use words to provoke him. If he was a real noble, but he was a swordsman. However, he was also secretly vigilant, because if he refused to answer, it might cause these people to suspect his identity. The leader of this group was quite clever. This kind of scheme that was put on the table could be said to be an open conspiracy. The Owl John. Brendel made a mental note of this name. He thought for a moment and smiled inwardly. He took out a piece of paper from his bosom, folded it in half, and threw it over. "Give this to your Lord Viscount. As for my identity, you are not qualified to know." The few of them were stunned as they looked at the folded piece of paper on the ground. Left with no other choice, these people could only obediently pick up the pieces of paper and dejectedly return to where they came from. They only gave the cripple a deep look and did not say anything else. Of course, Brando had the initiative, so they would only embarrass themselves if they said anything. After the last person disappeared around the corner, Brando turned around. The first person he saw was Roan. He could not help but smile and asked, "What are you thinking about, Mr. Roan?" In fact, other than Badam, this cripple was the only one who knew his true identity. Batum could be trusted, but this cunning old fox was a different story. "No, nothing," Roan quickly denied. The little old man's heart was filled with bitterness. He did not expect that leading the way would cause such a big disturbance. If he had known, even if Brendel really wanted to stab him to death, he would not have stepped into this muddy water. Needless to say, he had offended Turst. At the very least, Turst had remembered him. His days in Brags would not be so easy. But this was not the most important thing. He knew this, and he believed that the young man beside him knew this as well. As for whether Brando would trust him, even Roan did not trust himself. But he happened to know Brando's true identity. Would he go to Turst to explain and reveal Brando's true identity? There was no need to think about it. That was what he thought. But he could not help but look at Brando. This young man would not give him the chance to do so. What would Brando do? If it was the old Brando, it would be hard to say. But now, this young man was a lot more decisive than when he left Brags. Roan could not help but feel a chill down his spine. He could almost imagine what would happen to him. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. In the end, he even began to tremble. "Be Brendel, if you kill me, they will definitely suspect your identity." Roan could not help but stutter as he replied. "It's the same if I go missing." Brando smiled. Yes, the cripple replied bitterly. "But you don't want us to believe you, do you, Mr. Roan? How likely do you think it is?" Brando asked. "Yes, a little." Brando looked at him with some disgust, but he still shook his head. "I won't kill you, Roan." Roan was slightly stunned. He looked at Brando in disbelief. His small eyes flashed, as if he was wondering why this young man would say such a thing. Lie to him? It did not seem necessary, but Brendel did not look like a naive person at the moment. He thought hard for a long time, but could not come up with a reason. Could it be that this young man had a wicked hobby of toying with his prey? He could not help but feel his hair stand on end. But Brando replied, "Have you heard of a pledge of allegiance, Roan?" "What? You don't know?" "It doesn't matter. You just need to understand that as long as you hand over something like this, we will be on the same side." Brando smiled and replied. You want to drag me down with you? Roan sucked in a breath of cold air. The young man's smile was similar to the devil's in his eyes. He hesitated for a long time, but decided that this was the only way. In any case, he had to trick this young man first. But how could he gain the other party's trust? Snitch? But he was not familiar with Turst. Kill one of his men? Nobles would not care about such a small matter. Roan hesitated for a long time, but Brando continued, Roan, did you commit any crimes in Erech before you joined this line of work? Roan's heart seemed to have been struck by lightning. His expression changed as he looked at Brando as if he had seen a ghost. No, no. That noble is called, stop. Roan screamed. His face was ashen as if he had just been fished out of water. He was sweating profusely as he gasped for air. He raised one hand and shouted, I understand, Brando, stop talking. I know what I have to do. Damn it, Brando, you must be a devil. I have never offended you. Brando smiled. Roan killed a noble family in Erech 30 years ago and changed his name to Braggs. This was a famous quest in the Amber Sword. The guy's future was not good, and he was hanged. But it was not the cripple's fault, and the noble was not necessarily a good person in the story. Roan was only telling Roan about this to force him to join him. In Erewhon, Roan's crimes were second only to treason. Roan believed that even Turst would not be able to protect Roan. Only by relying on this would he be able to control Roan. But he saw that Roan's emotions were unstable, so he tried to calm him down. Don't worry, Roan. I am not trying to use this to threaten you. I know the cause and effect of this matter. You are not at fault. But I have no intention of being a messenger of justice. I am only trying to protect myself. As for you following me, I can at least guarantee that Turst won't cause you any trouble. I hope you remember that this is a win-win situation, and not a situation where one side has to obey the other. The cripple looked at him suspiciously. You don't believe me? The piece of paper I gave them said it all, Roan. Brando replied. What was that piece of paper? Badam couldn't help but ask. It's just a small habit. I'm sure Turst will suspect a reasonable opponent based on that note. Brendel smiled. He didn't know if Turst was involved with the unifying guild, but it didn't matter. Roan decided to stir up the conflict between Turst and the tree herders first. Count Turtledove was one of the core members of the tree herders, and he was also the main political enemy of the Duke of Grenoires. He was also an admirer of Turst's fiancée. Brando thought that this identity would be enough to give Turst a headache. Perhaps Turst would be able to clear up the mystery, but it didn't matter. After all, Brando had nothing to lose. He wasn't a knight of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and he didn't have to speak the truth to his enemy. Roan was stunned for a moment after listening to Brendel's words. He looked at Brando and couldn't help but say, I really wonder if you are a demon in disguise, Brando. You weren't like this before. I am forced by the situation. Brando shrugged and looked at Amandina, who was listening to their conversation. What do you plan to do, Miss Amandina? He asked. Amandina lowered her head. She knew that the choice was no longer in her hands. She couldn't help but wonder if she had made the wrong decision. After all, this young man did not seem to be as courteous as she had imagined. She thought for a moment, and could only answer in a small voice with some reluctance. Didn't you already consider everything for me, Mr. Brendel? Brando smiled. Amandina's intelligence should put many noble ladies to shame. He really didn't know what kind of environment she grew up in to produce such a girl. But since Amandina didn't mind, he didn't need to be pretentious. He patted the scroll in his arms and answered, Miss Amandina, I actually saw your talent and ability, and I hope that you can work for me. I need your ability, and in return, I am willing to support you in your research. Of course, as my person, I will naturally ensure that you will not be harassed by those people before. Amandina coughed twice and looked up at Brando. Her bright eyes looked straight into Brando's eyes, as if to confirm whether he was lying or not. You want me to make these machines for you? But my mentor said that I'm not very talented in this area. Indeed, Brando nodded, but there are many craftsmen who make and design Magitech devices, but I can only find one person who is proficient in that design. That is only a half-finished product. Amandina became serious and interrupted him. But she immediately realized that she was being rude and couldn't help but lower her head and shrink back. But Brando didn't mind. He asked in return, Miss Amandina, you gave me a half-finished design as a thank you, which means that you have confirmed its value. Then why don't you allow me to give it a higher evaluation? There is an old saying in my hometown, everything is difficult at the beginning. This saying is enough to evaluate the value of your design. Amandina was slightly startled, her eyes shining. Everything is difficult at the beginning? She looked up again and asked tentatively, then, Mr. Brando, are you really willing to support me on this path? To be honest, I don't have the funds right now, and I don't even have a foothold for myself. But I think I will have it soon. Brando answered frankly, is that right, Mr. Ron? That's right, that's right. The clueless cripple hurriedly nodded his head. Amandina thought for a moment and bit her lips. Very well, she nodded, her bright eyes filled with determination. I accept your offer, Mr. Brando. But I don't want to be idle. Before you have enough strength, I am willing to be your assistant. Only when I see it with my own eyes can I be at ease. Besides, I believe that I have the ability to. She stared straight at Brando as she answered. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 113. In July, the air in Bragg seemed to be filled with a kind of heat that made people restless. Under the calm surface, undercurrents were surging. It was foreseeable that the big and small nobles were in a terrible fix over the past half a month. In their circle, the signs of the end of the war were becoming more and more obvious. Although the life of the lower-class citizens was still as usual, those who wanted to take the opportunity to make a fortune were gradually becoming restless. The citizens often saw the messengers' horses entering the city one after another. Those who did not know the situation would think that the war was urgent, but these letters were the progress of the negotiations in Winterrose Castle. As a result, the civilians were anxious all day long, and the nobles were also anxious all day long. But all this had nothing to do with Brando. The young man was steadily following his schedule. He spent 3 days bribing his connections to get a registration certificate of a pioneer knight. It was a document that stated the mutual loyalty and responsibility between knight and king, and then stamped with a seal. This thin piece of parchment was more valuable than gold in the early years, but as Erewhon gradually declined, the knight class degenerated into a local force, and the adventurers turned to illegal businesses. No one was enthusiastic about expanding the territory of this ancient kingdom, so the title of a pioneer knight gradually became obscure. Since the ascension of the former king, the nobles who had made a fortune through the identity of a pioneer knight gradually began to set a price for this title, and this piece of parchment became less and less valuable since then. In order to get this identity, Brando, just like what he did in the game, asked Badam to buy a beautiful dress for the wife of a municipal official. It was already the 11th when he got the document. On this day, the cripple brought him another piece of good news. The long-awaited underground trade fair had finally arrived. Just like the regular fairs in certain areas, Braggs's Grey Realm would hold an underground trade fair on the 10th day of the month. It was just that most of the goods sold in this fair were stolen goods, contraband, and even human trafficking. It was not surprising because the people who participated in this trade fair were not only mercenaries, adventurers, and illegal merchants, but also the people who made the rules in Braggs. Namely, the nobles. There was no doubt that the local underground forces were controlling this underground market, but it was inevitable that some nobles would intervene. This was an open fact. And it was enough to hide from the ordinary citizens who needed a peaceful and stable society. Braggs's underground trade fair was regularly held in Maria's Market in Hood District or Shepherd's Market in the East District. The organizers deliberately chose densely populated places to hide from the public. But often, a lot of people would often find a large number of unfamiliar faces in these two places. They would ask questions, chat, and then leave in a hurry the next morning. In particular, these two markets also had a small auction house for rental. Of course, this was just an excuse on the surface. In fact, apart from the occasional use of these two auction houses, they were almost exclusively built for this regular gathering. If you tried to find their owners, you would only find them of an ordinary merchant nearby. However, if one were to investigate further, they would discover that these two buildings were actually funded by the local noble parliament. Of course, these were all digressions. When Badam led Brando down from the carriage, the sunset in Bragg's was just like the one in the oil painting of the same name. It was like an orange-red fireball hanging in the sky, burning the surrounding clouds red. The young man was wearing a knight's uniform, which was ironed neatly. The Shire, an apprentice wizard, stood beside him, so that they could disguise themselves as the Highland knight from Karsuk and his squire. Of course, there was also Brando's sister, Amandina, and his fiancée, the Roman lady, who came down from the carriage. Amandina removed her hand from Brando's hand as soon as she got down from the carriage. She was wearing a black veil and a black dress. Her eyes were indifferent as she stared at the people coming and going outside the small auction house. The young girl lightly pursed her lips. Her aura was completely different from a few days ago. When she first met Brando, she gave off a soft and tender feeling, but now she was cold, and her body naturally emitted an aura that kept people away. Even if the owl, John, came to see Amandina, he would not dare to rashly greet her, let alone tourist spies. What's more, at this critical juncture, something as trivial as a person going missing in a big city wouldn't attract any attention at all. The cemetery area was already a dangerous place to begin with, so much so that the city officials only discovered their negligence a few days later from the actions of their colleagues. Originally, missing people should be the responsibility of the city guards, but before that, the security cavalry had already conducted a large-scale search. The scale of the search could be considered an exception. 3 companies of cavalry almost turned the eastern part of the city upside down, and almost alerted the local nobles in Bragg's. However, since Viscount Terce didn't want this incident to fall into the ears of others, he decided to let it go. In the end, the entire incident was linked to the cemetery attack that happened half a year ago. Thus, it became a case without any clues. That was why Amandina could be at ease when she appeared outside. Standing beside her was Romaine, who was slightly taller than her. The merchant girl was staring intently at a row of crystal balls on the table not far away. She furrowed her brows as if she was trying to figure out what it was. But what made Brando a little dumbfounded was that there was not a single word written on the crystal ball, and no matter how long she stared at it, there would not be any flowers growing on it. He knew that she was only doing this to attract Amandina's attention. For the past few days, Romaine and Amandina had gotten along quite well. Romaine had a naturally sharp sense of smell, and she was able to sniff out the scent of an opportunity. However, Amandina had the knowledge of the outside world that Romaine lacked, and she also had some necessary knowledge. For example, if no one told this future merchant girl that the Anzac region had always been responsible for transporting food and wine to Brugloss, this country girl born in Butchie wouldn't have seen the business opportunity in it. But now, Amandina had taken up this role. Even though all her knowledge came from books, it was still better than the Roman who had all her knowledge from her imagination, wasn't it? What is that, Anne? The Roman finally could not help but ask. Amandina's attention was also on the row of thumb-sized crystal balls. The owner of the crystal balls was a man wearing a black robe. Not everyone in Erewhon had the right to wear such a robe, and the man was a monk. The young girl could not help but look at Brando, but the young man had an indifferent expression. She paused for a moment and could not help but frown. That is a fire seed. Amandina did not turn her head and answered softly. What is a fire seed? A fire seed is a sacred object that people use to spread civilization in the wilderness. I didn't expect to see something like this in an auction. Amandina replied. I don't understand. Amandina replied bluntly. Amandina could not help but sigh. After a few days of interaction, Brando did not disappoint her. She did not expect the person who hired her to be a noble knight, and a legendary Highland knight at that. Moreover, Brando's behavior was polite most of the time, and he was calm and collected when dealing with matters. He was in line with the image of a lord in her mind. But this fiancé of his was a bit of a headache. It was not that the Roman were difficult to get along with. On the contrary, Amandina's personality could be said to be likable most of the time. But what gave her a headache was that Amandina seemed to treat her as a moving encyclopedia, and always had a curious expression on her face as she asked this and that. But she could not refuse and could only answer, "How much do you know about our world?" "I don't know." Amandina coughed twice and replied, "Then I'll try to explain it in simple terms. In the epic of the Cruz people, their god, Ahiru, Martha, created a world out of chaos with the 6 elements of fire, wind, earth, water, life, and darkness. After the 4 elven kings made a pact, the world's boundary was formed. This boundary constantly drew the power of magic from the chaos, forming a land that extended infinitely in all 4 directions, which is the world we live in. Thus, the shape of the world should be a circle, and it should extend infinitely in all 4 directions. But this world is constantly leaning towards chaos, so Lady Martha used the law to restrict it, and fixed the order on the land where mortals walk. In these areas, the sun, moon, and stars operate normally, so mortals can reproduce, and civilization can continue. But outside the land protected by Lady Martha, there is a battlefield between the elements and chaos, and there is a vast transition area in between. These areas are what we call the barbarian wastelands. But it is not impossible to change between the land of order and the barbarian wastelands. This is where the Knight of Pioneer and the Demon Wave came from. And the fire seed is the key to planting the law on the land. A land built in the barbarian wastelands must have a fire seed. Amandina coughed and asked after she finished explaining, "Do you understand?" The Roman nodded, then shook her head and answered obediently, "I only understood the first sentence. Ah. It hurts, Brando, let go of me." Before she could finish her sentence, she was pulled over by Brando and held in his arms. "Little Roman, it seems like you are not destined to become a wizard, so don't worry about it. You should be more concerned about how much money we can earn from the auction," Brando said to her while looking back at Amandina with an apologetic look. The girl smiled faintly. She quickly walked up and asked, "Don't you care about the fire seeds, Mr. Brando?" As an aide, she of course knew that Brando went to buy a certificate to become a Knight of Pioneer. Brando looked at the crystal balls. He was interested in seeing so many fire seeds appearing at the same time, but he was sure that he was not the only one who cared about it. He thought that he could only give it a try later. Besides, there was a fire seed in the place he wanted to go, and he was not in a hurry to use it. "I understand, I can give it a try later." Amandina looked at him, thought for a moment, and nodded worriedly. In her eyes, Brando was the kind of young knight who left home to open up his own territory. Whether he could achieve anything depended on whether he could have his own territory, or whether he could make contributions in the war. The girl also understood how long her own path was, and she was also completely dependent on it. After all, at this moment, only Brando appreciated her talent. Thus, she could not help but worry about Brando's every move. Brando saw the girl's worry and wanted to say something, but he suddenly saw Cripple hiding in the shadows and gesturing to him, telling him that the auction was about to begin, and for him and the others to hurry up. The young man was slightly startled and raised his head, and found that the people who had gathered around had already begun to enter. P.S. I'm not feeling well today, so I'll only write 1 chapter. In addition, I sincerely request for monthly votes and subscriptions. After staying in the hospital for a week, I discovered that my subscriptions had dropped drastically. Chapter 114. The interior of the auction house in Maria's Market was not big. It was like a small, dimly lit theater. Around the stage, in the center, rows of chairs were arranged in a trapezoidal shape, but these were the seats for the ordinary guests. Around the 4 walls of the theater, private rooms decorated with silk and satin were distributed next to each other. There was a total of 3 floors. There was a brass telescope mounted on a mahogany shelf in the private room so that the nobles could carefully look at the goods in the center of the table. The cripple had the means to book a box for Brando, but the young man refused. His purpose in coming was not to attract attention, and participation was secondary. He just wanted to see if there were any unexpected gains. A group of people took their number at the entrance and then sat down. Although Brando looked relaxed, in fact, he always had a crossbow tied under his knight's attire. The cursed crossbow made by Tamar was loaded in the box, ready for emergencies. Won's crossbow was a sophisticated weapon, and its sight was like a standing box. It was difficult for a novice to use it flexibly. However, Brando's mercenary class gave him the skill, familiar with weapons, and the knowledge generated in his mind allowed him to use the delicate weapon like a seasoned mercenary. He even made a simple aiming device on the ring to calibrate the weapon during actual shooting. Not long after Brando sat down, and the auction had not yet started. The cripple, who was wearing a long cloak and in disguise, came to sit next to them. The cripple looked carefully and then replied, "My lord, the poison daggers and the potions have been sold. The daggers were wanted by the Brotherhood. Don't worry, they are very generous. One dagger for 2,500 tor, and they did not ask the seller. In the underground trade, not every transaction was made in the auction house. In fact, most transactions were done in private. The seller and the buyer made the transaction through middlemen like the cripple. Sometimes there were even several middlemen, which was safe and secretive. The buyer only needed to pay a small sum of money for the middleman as a reward and as a hush money. In Braggs's gray domain, no one had a bigger mouth than these people, and no one had a tighter mouth than these people. Everything was relative. Where's the potion? Brando pretended to ask the staff on the platform below to arrange the potion, but he was actually asking about something unrelated. He was well aware of the rules of the underground trade fair. Items like poison daggers and mana potions that were branded with pseudo-magic would generally not be put on the table. The potions are a little more troublesome. The person in charge of the Tower of Stars and Moon has been asking about the creator of these potions. They seem to be saying that the method of making mana potions has not been circulated outside for a long time. They said something like this: "The Wizard Guild welcomes professional alchemists to join us." As the cripple spoke, he used his small eyes to observe Brando's expression. He wanted to see how Brando would react. If the young man found this information useful, he might even praise him. Whenever his position in the group became more stable, he would feel more at ease. If Brando felt that the problem was troublesome, the cripple would feel a sense of satisfaction from taking revenge. Even though he was in the same boat as Amandina, other than fear and apprehension, there was also a trace of unwillingness in his heart. However, the cripple might have the same thoughts as Amandina. He looked at Brando, hoping that he would get rich with him, but also wanting to see him suffer. However, Brando only shook his head and replied without leaving a trace, "My friend is not interested in this. You should just tell me the situation of the trade, cripple. Seems like I'm not wrong. Mana potions are much rarer in this world compared to the amber sword. Each potion costs 1,000 tor, so the total is 30,000 tor." The cripple did not show the disappointment in his heart on his face. Brando nodded. The dagger's price was 25% higher than he expected, and the mana potion's price was also far beyond his expectations. Moon primrose, black mage, and fluorescent moss were all very common magic materials, but according to this price, a single mana potion's profit was more than 200%. This was a huge profit. He immediately categorized this item in his heart as a long-term cash cow. Brando could not help but look back at the Roman. If the mana potion was used as a brand, it would not be impossible for the little Roman to establish a merchant guild. The Roman of course noticed Brando's gaze, and could not help but raise her eyebrows. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and praised without reservation, "Half of 100,000, Brando, it's just as you said. I knew that Brando would be able to do it. The best part is yet to come, Roman lady." The Shire sat down behind Brando and replied with a smile. "No, the Shire, you must have misunderstood. Our merchant lady is just reminding me that this 100,000 tor is her capital. Brando looked down at the table below and said without a change in expression. The merchant lady did not feel embarrassed at all, as if her thoughts were exposed. Instead, she was like a little fox that had taken advantage of the situation as she covered her mouth and giggled proudly. Amandina, who was behind the Shire, could not help but raise her eyebrows slightly when she saw this scene. She was born in a noble family, and it was not like she had not handled tens of thousands of tour in cash before. However, it was impossible for someone like Brando and the Roman to talk and laugh as if it was nothing. After all, even though her family could be considered to be well off, that was all there was to it. Thus, when she saw this scene, it proved that this young knight's family was definitely not simple, even though he came out to roam the world alone. However, this young lady was obviously wrong. The Roman did not have any concept of money at all. Brando had handled tens of millions of tours money in the game, and naturally did not put these small matters in his eyes. However, it was impossible to say what kind of background he had. The lights in the circular theater suddenly dimmed. The group turned around and noticed that the surrounding staff had extinguished half of the torches on the walls. It seemed like the auction was about to begin. Roan lowered his voice and said, "If it was in the private room, the list of the auction would have been sent to the nobles by now." "My lord, is there anything you want?" "I don't know yet." Brando looked at the central stage that lit up. "Speaking of which, did they cause trouble for you after that?" Roan shook his head. "As you expected, everyone knows that you and Mr. Badham forced me to go to the streets of the Grey Rat tribe. After that, Turst's men came looking for me, but I said that I did not know you. It sounds like you're not happy about it." Badham teased. "I wouldn't dare." Now that Roan understood Badham's position, he was naturally not as submissive as before. He looked at the stage below and changed the topic. "Speaking of which, my lord, what's your ideal price for that sword?" "In my opinion, it's a perfect piece of art." Brando knew that Roan was talking about the dwarven sword that was forged from a brass-grade magic weapon. He thought for a moment and estimated, at least 100,000 to 150,000 Tor coins. As soon as he finished speaking, Amandina, who was behind him, let out a soft, "Ah." Everyone was stunned and turned around to see her blushing and waving her hands. Sorry, it's fine." She could not help but lightly press her chest to prevent her heart from beating too fast. Amandina's light blue eyes flashed with a bright light. 150,000 Tor coins was equivalent to 150 Eruin coins. As his aide, she understood Brando's financial situation. It could be said that when they came in, they were empty-handed, but in the blink of an eye, they had a fortune that was comparable to the lifetime savings of a small noble. 200,000 Tor coins was not impossible to buy a knight in a remote village. To a girl like Amandina, who was born in a noble family and possessed a certain level of intelligence, money should be invested into the next step of reproduction in order to be considered liquid wealth. In the past, she was addicted to her own designs to the point that she ran out of money, but a smart person would not make the same mistake twice. She quickly calculated what she could do with 200,000 Tor coins. With so much money, whether it was business or development, it seemed like the path was open. She estimated that with this amount of money, she could increase its value by 30% in a year. But she immediately frowned. She recommended herself to be Brando's aide, and the young knight did not object, but it was hard to say if he would let her do as she pleased with such a large sum of money. But Brando saw the change in her expression and could not help but ask, "Miss Amandina?" "What?" Amandina was taken aback and raised her head. "Are you thinking about the problem of our funds?" Brando asked. Amandina's face turned slightly red, but she quickly returned to normal. The girl nodded seriously and replied, "Yes, as your aide. I feel that I need to consider this problem." As she spoke, she looked at the Roman without confidence. After all, as Brando's fiancée in name, she seemed to have the right to speak in this matter. However, the merchant lady was smiling, as sweet as ever. Brando listened with a thoughtful expression and looked at the others before replying, "If you have any ideas, I can divide the money into two. One for you, and the other for the Roman. You can use the money however you want." But, before he finished, Amandina showed an expression of disbelief. "Mr. Knight, are you serious?" Brando nodded matter-of-factly. This was his habit as the leader of the Amber Sword. He never doubted the people he used, or it could be said that he tested a person's ability by letting them do as they pleased. The girl took a deep breath and nodded seriously. I will definitely use this money well for you, Mr. Knight. I have already thought of a plan that can increase the value of this money in a short period of time. No, I'm giving you this money because I want to tell you that I'm not going to give you the money. I am giving it to the little Roman to help me earn money, and Miss Amandina, I want you to help me use the money. Use the money? Amandina was stunned. You'll understand soon enough. Of course, if Miss Amandina is interested, please help our Miss Merchant out. She has a big plan in mind. Brendel turned his head back and replied. You'll understand soon enough. Of course, if Miss Amandina is interested, please help our Miss Merchant out. She has a big plan. Brando first thought about the matter of the territory. If the little Roman established a merchant guild, it would not be appropriate for it to be connected to the territory. If that was the case, he would need a butler. Since Amandina volunteered, he was happy to sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor. Big plan? Amandina was stunned. She really could not think of what the merchant miss who seemed to be full of energy all day long would have. To be honest, she wanted to dissuade Brando from handing over the important task of earning money to her, but it was not appropriate for her to say anything at the moment. But she immediately put that thought away because she suddenly remembered something. Amandina's eyes lit up slightly. She immediately connected all the things that the merchant girl had told her about Bragg's festivals over the past few days. She almost immediately sorted out the general outline of the whole matter from the details. She thought carefully and turned her head to the side to whisper to the Shire, Mr. the Shire, before you entered the city, where was the army of Madara? They have been in Dragos for almost half a month. The Shire replied casually. He was stunned for a moment and immediately asked, You have thought of it? Miss Amandina? The sorcerer's apprentice couldn't help but be a little surprised. Amandina was able to deduce the cause and effect of the whole matter from just one sentence. It seemed that the Lord's advisor was not an ordinary person. If Miss Roman's plan works, then the profit will be at least 80%. Amandina could not help but look at the smiling merchant girl who was talking to Brando in front of her. It was as if she saw another side of her for the first time. Miss Roman calculated it to be twice as much. The Shire replied. That's because she didn't calculate the channel. Amandina secretly gritted her teeth, feeling a little bit of a blow to her confidence. She thought for a moment and said seriously, but if we work hard, because of Mr. Cripple, it is not impossible to reach 100% profit. Brando, of course, did not pay attention to the whispering of his two subordinates, because at this moment, the main event of the underground trade fair, the auction, had already begun. What he did not expect was that the first item attracted his interest. It was a sheepskin scroll that was placed flat under the light. An ancient contract was written on it in the elemental language of the four races. The four corners of the scroll were slightly curled upwards because the four elements of wind, earth, fire, and water forced the edges of the scroll to bend towards the center. This scroll's existence was to open the path for those who did not have the talent to become an elementalist. Many nobles used this item to open the door to the world of magic for their children. There was no doubt that it was worth a lot. But to Brando, this item was more valuable than 1,000 pieces of gold. Because in his eyes, it only had one name, Scroll to Open the Elemental Pool. P.S. Today I went out to get medical insurance, and after running around for half a day, I was told to get it done before the 20th. Sad. Because of the delay today, that's all for today. I'll write more tomorrow to compensate everyone. As for the monthly votes, I'll come back tomorrow to ask for them. Right now, Chidian is giving out monthly votes for mobile phone authentication. Everyone can give it a try. If you have the monthly votes, keep them for now. You can give them to me based on my performance tomorrow. Chapter 115. As everyone knew, the formation of the Wand originated from the contract between the god of the Cruz people, Martha, or the mother of the Erewhon people, and the four elf kings. It bound the chaos, also known as the Sea of Chaos outside the world, to form a boundary based on the 6 elements. Within this boundary, the outer layer was the elemental domain, and the inner layer was the infinite land. The power of the gods that guided the world's laws was reflected in the sky above the land, forming the sun, moon, and stars. Thus, life was born in the water and multiplied on the land. Blessed by the wind and endowed with wisdom by the fire, the mortal world was formed. However, outside of the 130 million laws set down by God Ahilu, through elemental law, the Sea of Chaos did not submit. It was also reflected in the sky, and was called the third moon by the cultists. It was also the sacred moon in the mouths of the shepherds, or the silver heavenly serpent, or the moon of magic described in the books of All for One. According to legend, the invisible magic moon would watch over the land from the west every decade during the summer moon, the moon of scrolls, and the moon of recovery. Therefore, these months were also the time when the wizards and witches were the most powerful, and also the time when the elementalists were the weakest. The magic moon at this time caused waves in the Sea of Chaos, and caused monsters to be born in the darkness under the influence of the magic moon. These monsters were what people called monsters. The magic tide drove them to attack civilized areas, causing the guardian lands of Ahilu to collapse inwards. The civilization's territory also shrank accordingly. In the early days of the Chaos era, the magic tide was a mortal enemy that almost every civilization had to face. This was also the reason why the Pioneer Night existed. Even in modern times, the war potential of a country had to be prepared for the decline of civilization. However, the magic tide came once every 10 years, and the last time it came was just 2 years ago. It was still early for the magic tide that came once every 100 years, so people of this era were not too worried. However, after the magic tide receded, the monsters' lairs would not disappear. They would still produce monsters made of magic or mutated beasts over the years. Therefore, there were occasional reports of roads being cut off by monsters in the surrounding areas of major cities. In Erewhon, clearing out these monsters and lairs was the job of the guards and the Holy Cathedral of Fire. However, not all nests would be destroyed. In the long battle against chaos, the humans learned how to tame lairs, just like how their ancestors discovered how to tame wild beasts, using the products within for their own use. After a long period of research, the humans, elves, and even dwarves had also figured out a way to create a similar nest. For example, Bugha's gargoyle lair was a classic example. Note, a typical gargoyle lair can only produce 2 gargoyles per year. However, the construction of the lair and the maintenance of the lair requires a large amount of resources. Therefore, even if a country relies on the lair as a war reserve, its war potential is not limitless. The tamed nest was similar to the Erewhon Wyvern Knight's mount and the Cruise's griffins. As well as the earth dragon, war serpentine lizard, or black wolf that people often saw. However, there was another type of nest, the guardian's nest. It was a nest created by Marsha's, Ahilu's, order faction power. It could also be created under the influence of light, darkness, fire, wind, water, or rock faction power. For example, the Abyss of Wind in St. Tassol, the Gate of Heaven in the Church's Night Nation, and the Shadow Canyon in Madara. Of course, these lairs were also divided into different grades. For example, most of the silver-winged cavalry and the guards had hound lairs. Although the annual production of these things was as high as 16, unfortunately, their combat power was only slightly higher than the average hound. Moreover, the lifespan of monsters gradually declined along with the magic that made up their bodies. Often, the lifespan of monsters was short. Even the long-lived dragon clan would disappear after 100 years. Compared to the real dragon clan, the difference was like heaven and earth. The stone nest that Brando mentioned was a type of artificial nest. It was a product of alchemy, and the monsters it produced were stone golems that had the combat power of 7 or 8 adults. This type of nest was relatively low level, but it was popular. Many nobles had such things in their territories. Even though the stone golems had low intelligence, they could still be used as soldiers. This was the first thing that came to Amandina's mind when she saw the stone necklace. If Brando wanted to build some stone nests, this necklace could save them a lot of money. On the other hand, Badam considered the increased production of the stone necklace. Thus, the three of them made up their minds to snatch the necklace. The starting price was quickly revealed. The stone necklace was not as valuable as the elemental revelation scroll, so its starting price was only 2,000 Tor coins. Each increment was 100 coins. Because he wanted to get it, Brando was not in a hurry to make a move this time. He waited for the others to make a move so that he did not reveal his intentions too early. The first bidder was born from the crowd. The one holding the sign was also a young knight. Amandina and Badam glanced at him, but their expressions did not change. After a few rounds of bidding, the price rose to 3,000 coins, and the number of bidders decreased. Brando understood that most of the people who participated in the bidding had a participating mentality. In fact, most of them were not really interested in the necklace. But from this moment onwards, the competition became calm on the surface, but it was intense on the inside. The right to bid was quickly taken over by the nobles on the third floor. Roan told them about a few of them. Most of them were nobles outside of Brags who had their own territories. The price rose to 4,000 Tor coins, which was not a low price for the necklace. The true hunters began to compete. The starting price was 4,400, and the third room on the right offered 5,000. The entire place was silent for a moment. Many people thought that the nobles had gone crazy. But even more people could not help but become restless. The sudden bid made some speculators realize that the necklace could bring them more benefits. Ripples appeared in the crowd again, and this made Brando feel that something was wrong. He knew that he had to use facts to dispel these speculators' thoughts, so he let Roan make a move. 6,000 Tor coins. Silence again. The people who were eager to make a move immediately sensed that a war was about to break out, and all of them carefully retracted their hands. 7,000. This time, the bidder was a captain of the White Mane Army, and it was taken back by a noble with a price of 7,500. Brando did not hesitate to raise the price to 8,000. Badam swallowed his saliva. 8,100, the third room on the right bid. Brando asked Roan to raise the price to 8,500, and he looked at the stage with no intention of giving up. Amandina could not help but grip the armrest of her chair tightly, and her knuckles turned white. The auction hall was completely silent, and even the nobles were silent. No one was an idiot here, and for a necklace from the Stone Legion, they would consider whether it was worth it. But Brando's considerations were different. He needed an army and a territory more urgently than anyone else. Amandina's funds were for the territory, and this was the agreement between him, Badam, and the noble's daughter. The auctioneer hammered the gavel once. The captain of the White Mane Army was eager to make a move, but he hesitated for a moment and did not make a move in the end. After 3 hammering sounds, Brando obtained the necklace as he wished. Roan's men had already used his money to pay for the necklace and sent it over. Brando looked around, and after making sure that no one was looking in his direction, he carefully kept the necklace. This necklace could only be used in the Stone Burrow, and it could only be used as an exhibit for now. After the necklace from the Stone Legion, the auction gradually heated up. First, there were a few pieces of art that caused a fierce competition among the nobles. Then, there were 2 sets of bronze level 1 magic armor. These 2 sets of armor ignited the enthusiasm of the adventurers, mercenaries, and traveling knights. The auction was heated up for a moment, and the 2 sets of armor were sold for 40,000 Tor coins. After that, there were a series of items that stirred up the hearts of the people. Brando once again obtained a set of cards that were said to have magical powers. However, he didn't want the deck of cards. He just wanted to get his hands on the card of fate that was hidden in the deck of cards. In fact, when the auctioneer had brought the set of cards onto the platform, the cards in his backpack had immediately reacted. He and Charles had looked at each other and made a prompt decision to buy the cards. This time, he did not have any strong competitors. Only a few nobles who liked strange things fought with him. In the end, he successfully bought the card for 2,500 Tor coins. When Brando pulled out the card of fate from the stack of cards, he realized that it was a green card. On the front of the card was a picture of a group of green spiders that were born from a whirlwind. The number on the card was 3, and the cost was the corresponding wind element. Wind spirit spiders, Alicia's prophecy 3, wind 1x, creature, elemental insect, level 5 creature, pay X and place X green creatures, wind spirit spiders, level 5, on the field. When the wind spirit spiders die, choose a target and burn X mana. Born from a whirlpool, return to the whirlpool of mana. When Brando scanned the description of the card, he could not help but be slightly stunned. First of all, the card to summon a level 5 creature already made him feel like he was at a loss, and the price tag and description were even more puzzling. He thought for a moment and couldn't help but turn his head and whisper to the Shire, "What does this mean?" The Shire glanced at the card and smiled. "If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com, there are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 116. The scroll that the auctioneer called the Scroll of Enlightenment caused a ripple in the crowd when it appeared. Low gasps of surprise spread out like ripples and quickly reached the ears of Brando and the others, letting them know that the auctioneer had successfully attracted the attention of most people from the start. But even though the people were whispering, most of them did not make a move. The nobles who were willing to compete for the scroll had a certain amount of wealth, and they sat in the boxes calmly, waiting for the first bidder. The Scroll of Enlightenment is mostly the work of the fairies of the Crystal Tundra. There is a quota of them every year, and it was originally used to replenish the number of low-level elementalists in the tribe. But there are many of these scrolls that are sold privately every year. Roan explained. Then why don't they make more of them? Roman asked. Making the Scroll of Enlightenment consumes the mana of the elemental pool. It is not a trivial matter for high-level elementalists. The Shire replied. Moreover, even though normal people can use the Scroll of Enlightenment to forcefully form an elemental contract, there is a limit to what they can achieve in their lifetime. You won't be much stronger than the average person. It's not always better to have more of these scrolls, he continued. Badam, Amandina, and Roman listened attentively. They did not expect a small scroll to have such a history. The Shire and Brando had already heard of it, but Brando still replied. I just didn't expect to see it in Bragg's. Roan's sense of smell was as sharp as a rat's. He heard Brando's words that the young man's knowledge was not limited to a small place like Bragg's, even though it was the largest city that Roman and Amandina had ever seen. He thought for a moment and asked, My lord, are you interested in this scroll? A little. Then how about I have my men bid for it? Roan asked. Brando thought for a moment and nodded. The price of the Scroll of Enlightenment was 5,000 tor, and every increase in price was 5% of the starting price. Under Roan's signal, his men quickly raised a sign on the other side. 5,000. However, with someone taking the lead, the price quickly went up. New bids came from the second and third level, and before the auctioneer could even raise his hammer, the price had already reached 8,000 tor. The bid circled around the small theater before returning to Brando. The cripple turned around and looked at him questioningly. He thought for a moment, nodded, and gestured a number. The person on the other side raised a sign. 8,500. Amandina's expression changed slightly. The little Roman was indifferent. Badam looked like he was waiting for a good show. However, a new voice came from the second floor, and the auctioneer's assistant announced the new bid, 9,000 tor. The nobles in the box were getting impatient. The second round of bidding had lost the obvious feeling of probing, and it was as if blood had been spilled. The bids were getting colder and colder, and the numbers were getting higher and higher. Starting from 9,000 tor coins, the bids were increasing by 10%, 10,000, 11,000, 12,000. The auctioneer and his assistant were calm, but there was no need for any introduction. The bidding had entered a white-hot stage. However, the price was not high enough for these nobles. Finally, a faint voice came from the fourth box from the left. 15,000. It was like the last beat of a drum in a storm. After the last shower, the sound of wind and rain stopped. The dark mass of people sitting below felt suffocated like the audience in a theater, thinking that this was the final nail in the coffin. Roan smacked his lips and turned around. Brando frowned. This was a question of whether it was worth exchanging 16,000 tour for 2,000 experience. He hesitated for a moment, then patted the back of his hand. The cripple raised his placard again. 16,000 tour. The crowd paused for a moment, and they knew that this was the most important moment. The auctioneer's assistant saw the sign in the audience, and could not help but mutter, "Is Roan crazy? We didn't ask him to do that, and the nobles will not be happy." The auctioneer looked at his assistant and said, "There's someone behind him." When Brando made the gesture, Amandina and Badam turned around to look at him. They did not understand why the young knight was so interested in the scroll. Did he want to become an elementalist? But didn't the wizard apprentice say that even if he used the scroll of enlightenment to become a low-level elementalist, his achievements would be limited? This scroll was prepared for those with talent, and it could save them the time they wasted on accumulating their elements. However, Brando did not explain. The Shire did not need to explain either. He understood why the young man was so interested in the scroll. Cripple's bid caused the voices in the private rooms above to pause for a moment. The nobles seemed to be wondering who this sudden competitor was. But in just a moment, a new bid was placed on the heads of the people below. 18,000 tour. It was still the fourth box from the left. Roan whispered into Brando's ear, "Baron Donner. His family has several manors near Braggs, and he also has some property in Braggs. He's also a member of the local council in Braggs. His father and grandfather were both members of the council." Brando nodded. These nobles could be seen everywhere in Erewhon, but a small baron would not go so far as to fight over a scroll. The other party might be the representative of some important person. While he was still in shock, the bid had already risen to 20,000 tour. A knight in the third box and the baron were clearly going all out. As the two of them bickered, the bid rose all the way to 26,000 tour. However, the nobles in the first box finally took over, and the price was like a knife that was swung over the heads of the people below. In the blink of an eye, the price had reached an astronomical figure of 40,000 tour. Brando participated in the bidding again when the price reached 20,000 tour, but he was immediately refreshed by the representative of the nobles. In the end, the scroll was sold for 42,000 tour, which made the young man feel a little regretful. After all, it was 2,000 tour experience. If he could buy it with 20,000 or 30,000 tour, it would be good. However, 40,000 tour was a little too much, and it might even affect his plans. Brando gritted his teeth and could only give up on this deal. However, he did not show it on his face, and did not let Amandina and Cripple see any clues. They just thought that this young man came from a wealthy family and did not care about this little bit of money. After the first small climax of the auction, it entered the smooth transition that Brando expected. After that, several items were sold, and the prices were between a few thousand and 10,000 tour. The transactions were ordinary, and the people present were a little bored. However, Cripple found something to do. He introduced the origins of these items to Brando and the others. He might not be able to tell which workshop the magic ring that emitted light like a candle came from, but he could at least tell where it came from, and which noble family secretly leaked it out. Amandina, Little Roman, and Badam listened with great interest. Only Brando and the Shire discussed the origins of these items. They mentioned Tamar once, and they could not help but feel that it was a pity that this master alchemist could not participate in the auction because he was too focused on his work. Otherwise, there would be some items that he liked in the previous auctions. The second climax of the auction came quickly. This time, it was a necklace. To be precise, it was a few stones that were strung together with a rough rope. Those who did not know the value of this item might miss it, but Brando almost cried out when he saw this necklace. The necklace of the stone army. This item was used together with the stone burrow that was made with level 17 alchemy. It could reduce the consumption of the stone puppets by 50%, and increase the production of the puppets. He explained the use of this necklace to the others. Roman and the Shire were not affected, but Badam and Amandina's eyes lit up. One of them was a mercenary who had been in the battlefield for many years, and the other was a noble's daughter who had received a noble's education. Of course, they understood the usefulness of this necklace. In Wonde, the war relied on 3 resources. The first was the people, the second was the amber stones, the third was all the other strategic resources, and the fourth was the burrow. There was no need to explain the people. In the vast land of Wonde, the power of magic gave birth to a population that far exceeded the limits of this era. They were the basis of the potential for war between countries, and between territories. Amber ores were separated from the Somir ores. They were minerals that were associated with silver, gold, and copper. The transparent amber crystals had the ability to store mana, and Amandina's mana conduit device was designed to convert the power of these ores into mana. It was the foundation of the magical system of all the intelligent creatures on the land, and also the blood of this industrial system. The other resources, such as food, metal, wood, and stone, were the most common strategic resources even in Brando's original world. They were stored for war. But the last one, the burrow, was a complex concept that was different from the war that we were familiar with. But as a player, Brando was familiar with this concept. In fact, when it came to burrows, one had to start from the origin of Wonde. How did chaos exist? How did order come to be? How did magic work on the land? Where were monsters born? How did their burrows become used by humans? If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 117. The Shire smiled when he saw the card. My lord, this is a rare wind card. Among the 6 cards of fate, the wind card is the rarest. The wind card spells are flexible and flexible, good at defense and counterattack. It is difficult to master, but it is powerful. Why don't you just tell me how to use it? Brando rolled his eyes. The Shire chuckled. The meaning of this card is that when my lord displays this card, in addition to paying 1 wind EP from your elemental pool, you also need to pay additional mana from your mana pool. Every mana point can summon a wind spirit spider. Brando was stunned. He had 9 willpower and 15 mana points. Doesn't that mean he can summon 15 rank 5 wind spirit spiders at once? But Charles wasn't done yet. He continued, the dead wind spirit spiders will create a mana whirlpool. Each of them will absorb some of the mana in your enemy's mana pool. Brando sucked in a breath of cold air. How is this summoning spiders? This is clearly a group of living mana bombs. If he had a few hundred mana points in the future, wouldn't he be able to summon an army of wind spirit spiders at once? And if he was lucky enough to obtain the legendary orb of mana pool, wouldn't he be able to summon a terrifying mana-burning army at any time? He smacked his lips. At first, he thought this card was useless. But now, it seems that not only was it useless, it was also a terrifying killing machine. But before he could finish his excitement, Badam couldn't help but clap his hands and shout. Good, the show has finally begun. Brando raised his head and saw the glittering dwarven sword on the stage below. The faint green light on the surface of the sword almost explained its attributes. But the auction house obviously treated this as one of the last few items to be auctioned. The auctioneer picked up the sword and said, This is a sword forged by the dwarves. It is like a work of art, and its value is not low. I don't need to say more. However, on top of this perfection, an outstanding alchemist forged it into an outstanding magical sword, magic sword, he repeated. The auction house was silent for a moment. Those low-light magic items and pseudo-magic items were generally called alchemy items in public. However, only those truly powerful treasured swords could be labeled as magic swords. Since the auctioneer said so, it was obvious that he was holding such a treasured sword. There wasn't a single adventurer, mercenary, or knight who wouldn't be tempted by a weapon they could wield. That was why they couldn't help but hold their breath when they heard that. But as if to prove his words, the auctioneer suddenly swung his sword backward. Sparks flew as the sword hit the anvil behind him. Almost everyone in the auction hall heard a soft sound. After the sword passed, a deep cut appeared on the metal surface. Not only that, the traces of corrosion on the cut left a deep impression on everyone. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the private rooms above were silent for a moment. The auctioneer put down the sword and clapped his hands. This sword is called the Heart of the Tree. The starting price is 25,000 tor. Every increment must be at least 5% of the starting price. Now, let's begin. Amandina frowned when she heard the starting price. Isn't it a little too high? She was a noble's daughter after all. She did not understand what a good weapon meant to those who risked their lives for it. Of course not, Badam shook his head decisively. If I didn't know that it was the Lord's work, I'm afraid that I would also bid for it. Most of the adventurers and peers here have some savings. I don't think that they would miss this opportunity. Unless he doesn't use a sword. As if in response to his words, the first bidder raised his sign as soon as he finished speaking. Then, there were people who raised their signs one after another. There was no need for the auctioneer to stir up the atmosphere, and the bidding for the sword had reached a climax. The price reached 60,000 tor at a dazzling speed, and only 4 or 5 voices were left in the hall. Cripple only recognized one of them, and he told Brando that he was the deputy commander of the Silver-Winged Cavalry. Brando thought that it would be best if the commander of the Silver-Winged Cavalry participated as well. He would kill the lackey of the Unifying Guild sooner or later anyway, so he could return the sword to him. When he thought of that, the price had reached 70,000 tor. At this time, another 2 people backed out. Only the deputy commander of the Silver-Winged Cavalry and 2 other nobles were left. The deputy commander of the Silver-Winged Cavalry raised the price to 75,000 tor and forced his opponent to back out. However, his opponent did not seem to want to give up. After a short moment of silence, the auctioneer's assistant read out the price of that person again. 90,000 tor. It was as if a layer of ice had formed on the spectator seats. Everyone could not help but turn around to look at the person in the private room. Even Cripple could not help but guess if it was Count Nakin's representative. If it's that old man Nakin, then this will become a battle between the White Mane Army and the nobles. My lord, this is good news. The cripple blinked his eyes and said with a smile. But at this time, another voice came from the crowd. 100,000 tor. Brando and the rest could not help but turn around. Badam's face changed when he saw that person, and before Cripple could say anything, he said, Lord Knight, that's Viscount Turst's man. Why is he down there? Brando asked. God knows. The red-bearded mercenary shook his head. However, Brando did not mind if this weapon fell into the hands of his potential enemy. To Badam and the rest, this was a rare sword, but to him, it was just a so-so. In the free port of Ampere Seal, such transactions happened almost every day. It was just that Braggs was too secluded. The deputy commander of the Silver-Winged Cavalry thought for a while and raised the price one last time. In the end, he was defeated by Turst with a price of 110,000 tor. The nobles in the first level accepted the challenge once again, and the price rose to 130,000 tor. He doesn't seem to be Count Nakin's representative, Amandina said. Brando nodded, and his heart relaxed a little. The price he had in mind was 100,000 to 150,000 tor. So far, it could be said that he was quite satisfied with the result. Even if he paid the processing fee, he would still get close to 160,000 tor. At least, it was more than enough to carry out the next step of his plan. But the heavens seemed to want to give him a surprise today. Just as Turst was about to withdraw, a new hunter entered the fray. The new hunter bid 155,000 tor, and even the auctioneer could not help but put down his hammer and look at the third level of the noble's box in shock. He could not help but wonder who was in there. Brando turned around to ask Cripple, but he could not come up with an answer even after thinking for a long time. The nobles in the first level finally hesitated. After thinking for a long time, they bid 160,000 tor. But the mysterious person in the third level immediately counterattacked, and the price was raised to 170,000 tor. 170,000 tor. Brando, Amandina, Badam, the Shire, and Cripple looked at each other. Even if it was a magic sword, it should not be worth this price. No one responded for a long time. Not only the participants, but even the audience below was deathly silent. The auctioneer took a deep breath and finally reacted. Shakily, he raised the hammer. After 3 bangs, the exciting performance finally came to an end under everyone's doubts. What happened just now? 170,000 tor. Badam patted Cripple's face. Cripple, have you seen so much money before? Even Cripple, who was known for his vast experience, felt that it was unreal. Even though it was not the first time he saw hundreds of thousands of tor in an auction, the money had nothing to do with him. But this time, the money was more or less related to him. This little bit of connection was enough to make the profiteer of the Black Pepper Alley speechless. After all, he had been a loan shark for 20 to 30 years, and his savings were only a few tens of thousands of tor. Amandina clenched her sleeves tightly as she tried not to show any signs of shock. However, her expression was extremely awkward, and Seal couldn't help but laugh at it. When Brando went to see the little Roman, Amandina was very happy. She happily took out a small notebook and said, "Brando, we have capital now." Brando smiled faintly. On the other side, the auctioneer seemed to want the auction to end in an exciting fight. Brando's heart of the tree was taken away, and the new item on the stage made everyone hold their breaths. Fire seed. Heavens, it's a fire seed. Someone is auctioning a fire seed. Exclamations rang out in the small auction hall. Brando turned around and said to the Shire, "This is the highlight of this auction." "It's a pity, or else our heart of the tree could have been the highlight." The Shire nodded. But Brando's words did not mean that it was a pity. He continued, "Every single one of Erewhon's fire seeds were produced by the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The Javier sect is selling them so openly, it seems like they are trying to raise money. But everyone knows that the Javier sect is siding with the royal family. I don't know what the royal family is doing this time that they need to use such a method to raise money." The Shire thought for a moment and replied, "Maybe it has something to do with the war?" Brando thought for a moment, but there was no record of it in his memory. He nodded non-committally, then raised his head and felt that the atmosphere around him had changed. A sense of tension had spread all around him, and he could not help but think that someone had already received the news and was prepared. "Are we going to participate?" Amandina asked from behind. Brando thought for a moment and decided not to participate in this game of big fish eating small fish. At least based on the current situation, the 200,000 tor that he had just received would not be able to gain any advantage in this competition. He shook his head and was about to say something, but the light around him suddenly dimmed again. What are these people doing now? Badam could not help but curse. But Brando and Roan had already seen the change in the auctioneer's expression. "There's a problem." The young man and the black-hearted merchant reached for the nearest weapon at the same time. Then, without any warning, the torches on the walls suddenly extinguished, and the surroundings suddenly fell into darkness. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 118. The surroundings were plunged into darkness. The screams of the ladies immediately filled the air. Brando and Cripple did not have time to look around, and had already drawn their swords from under their cloaks. Badam and the Shire's reaction was just a bit slower. The red-bearded mercenary unsheathed his palm-sized greatsword from his back and pressed down on Cripple's shoulder. He was afraid that Cripple would play any tricks, and then he and the young apprentice surrounded the ladies to protect them. Cripple snorted lightly, but he did not seem to mind. After the ladies lost their heads out of fear, the men's angry and questioning voices sounded from all around them. On the contrary, the hall on the first floor was quieter because most of the people sitting there were experienced adventurers and mercenaries. Most of them had experienced many battles, and were able to calm down and prevent the chaos from spreading. Brando, did something happen? Romaine's voice asked curiously in the darkness, but there was no trace of fear in her voice. Amandina sat behind her and gripped her skirt nervously. Her fingertips were white as she gripped it tightly. But she squinted her bright eyes and did not show her fear. "Shoo," Brando said. He had already seen a few impatient youths and nobles lighting up matches or glowing gems on their staffs. But some of the lights were extinguished. Beginner-level light magic was not uncommon in the lives of ordinary people in Vaunt, and even in some large cities, the street lamps on both sides of the street were made of crystals enchanted with light magic. Cripple had a ring that glowed, but he was not in a hurry to polish it. Raising a light source in the darkness would only make him an eye-catching target. But sometimes things did not go as planned. Just when Brando and Cripple were looking around to make sure there was no danger, the sword in Cripple's hand flashed. He was slightly startled, and then looked at the sword in his hand that emitted a faint light. At first, the light was like a layer of fluorescence on the blade of the sword, but in the next moment, the light from the raised sword illuminated the surroundings in a snow-white light. With this bright light, Brando and the cripple didn't have time to be surprised. They saw 4 uninvited guests in cloaks quickly passing through the narrow aisle between the rows of seats and rushing towards them. Their hands were under their cloaks, and it was obvious that they were holding on to their weapons. He was an enemy, not a friend. "Brando!" Badam shouted from behind. Brando did not say a word. He decisively raised his left hand and shot out a series of crossbow bolts from his sleeve, nailing the cloaked stranger in the lead. The steel bolt had a huge impact at such a close distance, and the cloaked figure fell to the ground with a groan. He rolled backwards, and his companions moved to the sides to make way for him. Then they raised their heads and looked at Brendel's direction. Brando happened to see a pair of burning orange-red flames hidden deep under their hoods. "It's the undead." He was startled. How could these things appear in this place and at this time? But the situation did not allow him to think too much. The hands of the 3 caped freaks, which had been hidden under their cloaks, reached out. It was a withered, armored hand, and it clenched a strange one-handed scythe. Brando actually didn't know whether the strange weapon should be called a scythe because it looked more like a bright, semicircular starfish, but the barbs and sharp blade on it made him guess that it was obviously not as simple as an ornament. Curses only had a weak effect on the undead, so the young man gave up the idea of wasting the crossbow bolts in an instant. He pulled the young Roman behind him and at the same time retreated between Badam and the cripple. But the 3 cloaked strangers had already pushed aside the people in front of them and rushed over. Their target was obviously Brando, and the 3 scythes were swung at him without hesitation. Brando raised his sword and blocked the scythe of one of the cloaked strangers. The huge force from the sword almost made him retreat 3 or 4 steps and almost knocked over the seat behind him. The young Roman screamed, but Amandina had already grabbed his hand and dragged him over. The noble girl hugged the merchant girl and lowered her body to the ground and crawled in another direction. She was extremely nervous, but her mind was unusually clear, as if her every move was a subconscious one. Badam also stretched out his sword from behind to block a cloaked stranger, but he immediately groaned, obviously not feeling too good. "Upper iron ranked strength." The red-bearded mercenary shouted. "Undead terracotta." Brando at this time also recognized the identity of his opponent. Undead terracotta was a type of puppet creature, but it was just an evil creature that was created by a necromancer injecting a warrior's soul into an empty armor. In the game, the level 31 to 33 undead terracotta was the main force of Madara's irregular army, but they were agile and good at hiding their presence. They were Madara's assassins. Brando felt that the undead terracotta he was facing was at least a captain, and its strength was close to a silver ranked. It was not considered an expert in Madara's irregular army, but compared to Insursta's undead army that Braggs was facing, it was an elite force. Their target was him? Brando was a little confused for a moment, but the undead terracotta in the hall had already begun to attack everywhere. The mercenaries and adventurers who were attacked panicked and screamed in panic for a moment. Brando felt that his strength was not as strong as the opponent, so he simply pulled back and threw a chair at the enemy. The undead terracotta captain swung its odd-shaped scythe, and the chair was instantly shattered into pieces. But the young man took the opportunity to stab the undead terracotta's heart, which was also the core of the undead terracotta's soulfire. The undead terracotta captain let out a hoarse roar and quickly grabbed Brando's elven sword. Silver-white flames immediately rose from between its fingers, and the purifying fire penetrated deep into the soul and bone marrow, causing the undead to scream immediately. But not only did it not let go, it instead swung its scythe at Brando's arm. Damn it! Brando gritted his teeth. It was not that he had not fought against undead terracotta in the Amber Sword. But that was after he had reached a very high level. But even so, the opponent's fearlessness left a deep impression on him. That was why when the undead terracotta captain grabbed the Thorn of Light in his hand, he felt that something was wrong. He immediately let go of his hand and took a step back, dodging the enemy's scythe. At such a close distance, without the Thorn of Light, Brando had lost all means of attacking. He could still use the Ring of the Wind Empress, but he could not guarantee that he would not injure the Roman and Amandina. There was not enough Earth EP to pay for the Holy Sword card, and it was useless even if it lost energy. The Wind Spirit Spider could be used, but at this distance, before he could summon the Wind Spirit Spider, his opponent would have already chopped him into pieces. The hesitation only lasted for a moment. Brando immediately lowered his center of gravity and suddenly leaped forward. He grabbed the undead terracotta captain's waist and slammed him down, causing the undead terracotta captain to lose his balance. Together with Brando, the two of them crashed into 3 rows of chairs. Brando's body was in so much pain that he felt like his bones were about to fall apart, but his mind was very clear. He immediately got up with the undead terracotta captain. The undead terracotta captain grabbed its scythe. Brando immediately grabbed the elven sword that had fallen to the side. The undead terracotta captain seemed to be struggling to get up, but Brando was faster than it. He activated the charge skill and rammed into the undead terracotta's chest. The power of 10 times the speed was terrifying, and the undead terracotta captain that was close to a silver tier was sent flying in the opposite direction. At the last moment, the undead terracotta captain stabbed its scythe at Brando's shoulder. Wood tenacity! Brando shouted in his mind. His skin quickly turned into wood, but the undead terracotta captain's scythe had already broken through the layer of faint blue light around his body. It was the magic defense provided by the conflicting aura, and cut deep into his wooden skin. Blood splattered everywhere. Brando clenched his teeth to prevent himself from screaming, but he was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. He threw the scythe on the ground, and looked at the undead terracotta captain that had fallen into the crowd. He did not dare to delay and immediately took out the Wind Spirit Spider card. Display, Card of Fate, Wind Spirit Spider. A row of attributes immediately appeared in his vision: Wind Spirit Spider, 8 HP, 4 MP, 1, 9 Strength, 2, 7 Dexterity, 1, 0 Vitality. The last 3 stats were all. Its attack method was bite, basic damage 1-1. Its special ability was incorporeal. Incorporeal creatures can only deal 1/3 of the damage, so the undead terracotta captain that had lost its weapon would have a hard time killing the spider. But Brando knew that the undead terracotta captain was not only facing one Wind Spirit Spider. There were 15 of them. He pointed forward, and 15 large and small green whirlpools immediately appeared behind him. Spiders with half of their bodies made of whirlwinds shot out from the whirlpool. These little creatures were like rays of green light. After a few turns on the ground, they shot towards the terracotta captain who had just stood up. One Wind Spirit Spider had the strength of 2 ounces, and although the strength of 15 spiders could not be simply accumulated, it was enough to stop the undead terracotta captain that was close to a silver tier in strength. The spiders hung on its body and bit with all their might. The undead terracotta captain screamed in anger and threw the spiders on the ground, but its actions were futile. because Brando had already grasped the opportunity. While the undead terracotta captain was distracted by the wind spirit spiders, he rushed forward and stabbed his sword into its chest. The terrifying undead terracotta captain wanted to resist at the last moment, but its movements were distorted by the spiders. In Brando's eyes, it was full of loopholes. The sword pierced through the heart. The undead terracotta captain screamed in dissatisfaction, and its vital parts were heavily injured, causing the thorn of lights, purifying flames, to deal 4 times the damage in an instant. Brando watched as the undead terracotta swayed and turned into a pile of ash-gray armor in the pure flames. 700 EXP obtained. He turned his head and saw Badam, the Shire, and Roan working together to fight against the 2 undead terracotta's attacks. Amandina had already pulled the Roman to another side to hide. Then, a loud noise came from above the auction hall. Brando raised his head and saw a black shadow falling from the box above and crashing to the ground. There was a moment of silence in that direction, and then a series of screams sounded. Sir Rosal. Lord Martha, it's the vice-captain of the Public Order Cavalry, Mr. Rosal. They killed him. Brando's heart tightened when he heard this. It seems like these damned undead terracotta aren't here for me. Incersto wants to attack the higher-ups of the Brags. What is he trying to do? There is no record of such a thing in history. While he was puzzled, he suddenly saw the doors on the side of the trapezoidal theater suddenly open. There were a total of 5 doors, and rows of white skeletons holding bows and arrows walked out from behind the doors. The youth's eyes narrowed in an instant. So many undead? What is the manager of the auction hall doing? What are the Public Order Cavalry doing? What are the Silver-Winged Cavalry and the Public Order Cavalry doing? How did they get in? Brando wanted to curse at this moment. P.S. What a tragedy, because it's too painful to only have a small bowl of porridge for every meal. I couldn't help but eat a piece of squid and some rice. Now, I'm starting to rebel again. I don't know if it's the squid or the rice. I'm better off dead than alive. Everyone, please pay attention to your health. In my pain, this is the only chapter for today. Please forgive me. If you still want to ask for votes, I'm ashamed __, smiley face, to be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 119. The snow-white skeletons stopped in their tracks and raised their bows, the metal bows creaking and groaning. The mercenaries and adventurers below finally realized that something was wrong, but the undead terracotta in the hall held them back and prevented them from escaping. Brando's first thought was the Roman, but when he looked up, he could not find Amandina and Romain's silhouette. He panicked and swung his sword. The silver blade left an afterimage in the dim environment, and the wind pressure split 3 chairs in half, hitting the undead terracotta that was fighting with the Badam. The undead terracotta leaned to the side, and the red-bearded mercenary seized the opportunity to slash the undead terracotta in half. With a crash, the undead terracotta fell apart, and several silver balls of light rose from its remains and shot into Brando's body. At the same time, the Shire helped Roan to push back another undead terracotta. They turned around and saw Brando shouting, "Do you see the Roman? We're here." Amandina held the Roman's hand and stood up on the other side. The merchant did not know what fear was, and waved her hand vigorously. "Get down." Brando shouted at them, and then ordered the Shire, wall. The young wizard apprentice understood and immediately raised the ruby. Countless lines extended out from the ruby in all directions. The Shire used all his strength to cast a spell, and his mind and magic flowed like water. The wall of law extended to 50 meters, and covered Amandina and the Roman on the other side. Then, hundreds and thousands of lines shone slightly and disappeared in an instant, and a wall of air formed out of thin air. At this moment, the skeleton archers had finished their preparations. Their bowstrings vibrated in unison like a storm. The arrows shot down, leaving behind black lines, scattered downwards. The guests in the first row fell down in unison, while the ones behind also fell to the ground one after another with a muffled groan. But the Shire saved even more people. Every time the air wall was hit by an arrow, it flashed with a white light. The wall flashed dozens of times, and finally, the fluctuating light connected into one. However, the wall had finally awakened the shocked crowd. Among them, there were many apprentices and low-level elementalists. There were even one or two intermediate wizards. Most of these people did not understand what was going on at first, but now they understood. They stood up, twirled the rings on their fingers, or simply chanted aloud. The wizards stretched out their hands, and streaks of white light appeared from the crowd, extending towards the door above the auction house. There were even one or two weak fireballs. What followed was a series of explosions. Air currents, bone fragments, dregs, wood shavings and dust flew everywhere. At least Brando saw several skulls bouncing and rolling down not far from him. Then, smoke and dust filled the entire hall. Brando coughed twice, but his coughs were drowned out by the noise of the surrounding people. He casually pushed aside a mercenary who bumped into him and shouted to the top. "The Shire, Roman, come down. Come to me." Brando was worried that his voice was not heard by the people above, but soon he saw Badam rushing out of the smoke with the fainted cripple in his arms. Behind him was the Shire, followed by Amandina and the young Roman. Amandina's face was covered in dust, and she looked like a little fox with a smeared face. When she saw Brando looking at her, she could not help but embarrassedly stick out her tongue. "I thought the Shire's wall would not affect me. Brando, I'm sorry." Even though she spoke with a tone of lingering fear, the expression on her face clearly said, "That was exciting, I really want to do it again." Brando slapped her forehead in annoyance. He looked at Amandina and replied, "You can thank Miss Amandina later. Now is not the time. Come with me, we'll leave this place first." Amandina coughed and replied softly, "There's no need for that." She raised her chin slightly, and there was a faint trace of pride in her heart. She was born as a noble, and more or less inherited the pride of Erewhon's nobles. Amandina did not tell anyone, and Borg did not know what to do. The Nesson family's complicated crest had an eye-catching lily symbol. Even though it was only at the top of the crest, the symbol was exactly the same as the lily of the Covardo royal family. This meant that this noble family was once a branch of the royal family. Even though they had declined, the hidden nobility in their bloodline still existed. In fact, the inspiration for the mana conduction device came from a dusty blueprint in the family's basement. Otherwise, with her mediocre talent, she would not have thought of this path. But Amandina never thought of admitting defeat. The more her family fell, the more she wanted to revive the deeds of her ancestors. Unlike her noble father, she had always been a competitive girl since she was a child. But Badam's words interrupted her thoughts. The red-bearded mercenary asked carefully, "Where do we leave from, Sir Knight? I don't know how many of these monsters are out there, and I don't know how they sneaked in." The cripple even said that the underground auction was heavily guarded. "Damn it, we'll leave from the backstage." Brando looked around at the hazy surroundings and answered. He already had a plan in mind. It seemed that Madara's target was the high-ranking nobles from Bragg's side who were participating in the auction. Then, their main target should be the box above. But what made him shudder was that the 3 undead figurines were clearly coming for him. He did not know how he attracted Madara's attention. The young man thought about it again and again, and the only thing he could think of was whether the news of him leading the refugees had spread out through some channels. But he only killed a platoon leader. Did Insursta have to seek revenge for the smallest grievance? To gather information about him and the others, and to plan this operation, it must not be an easy task. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they had mobilized a large force. Brando could only hope that he was only an extra target in this operation. But no matter what, he realized that his existence had gradually begun to affect the course of history. This made him feel a sense of urgency. Otherwise, his advantage would gradually disappear. The Shire also agreed with Brando's opinion, but he obviously wanted to take it a step further. This young wizard apprentice had clearly analyzed the previous discussion between Brando and him regarding equipment, attributes, and experience. His suggestion was that leaving from the backstage was obviously more advantageous for them to fish in troubled waters. The auction items and money that had not been sold in time were obviously a huge treasure trove. If Freya was here, she would definitely express her dissatisfaction with the Shire's suggestion. But it was a pity that this kind and righteous future goddess of war was waiting to be rewarded at the headquarters of the Silver-Winged Cavalry. As for Amandina, who replaced her as Brando's assistant and advisor, although she was born in a noble family, the nature of nobles in this era was not much different from bandits. Moreover, this young lady had always been a pragmatist. When she heard the Shire's suggestion, not only did she not stop it, she immediately supplemented it with her own wisdom, striving to make the plan more feasible. As for the little Roman and Badam, the former was eager to participate in all the exciting and amazing adventures, and did not care whether this was illegal or not. Moreover, the underground trade itself was not something that was legal. As for the latter, as Brando's retainer, he would not object. Not to mention the unconscious cripple, even if he was not unconscious, he would probably raise both his hands and feet in agreement. Just like the rumors that were circulating in Bragg's bar, if there was anything that would make the cripple of Black Pepper Alley happier than taking advantage of others, it would definitely be taking advantage of others. Seeing that his nominal subordinates were still thinking about how to earn money in such a dangerous situation, Brando could not help but wonder if this was a good thing or a bad thing. But speaking of which, this style was exactly the same as his performance in The Amber Sword. Back then, Sophie, who would risk her life for money, was a well-known name for a period of time. Of course, that was also because he was too poor in the early stages of the game. Later on, when Erwin disappeared and he joined the Church of Knights Nation, this reputation gradually left him. But the adventurous nature of his style was deeply rooted in his blood. Whether it was Sophie or Brando, they were all potential gamblers. And his style of doing things more or less influenced the Badam, the Roman, and the Shire. As for Amandina, he turned his head to look at this girl. Her personality was a little similar to his. The few of them had a plan and immediately approached the auction stage below. But they quickly realized that there were many people who had the same idea as them. But under the obstruction of the undead terracotta, there were not many people who could rely on two warriors who were close to the iron-ranked level and 15 wind spirit spiders to pave the way. Because of that, they were the first to break through the obstruction of Madara's assassins and arrived at the stage below. The first thing that Brando saw was the auctioneer and his assistant lying in a pool of blood. The place where the tinder should have been on the stage was already empty, and the treasure that gave a lot of bonus points was nowhere to be seen. This made him frown. There were two possibilities. One was that the undead had taken the tinder, and the other was that there was something to think about. He and the Shire looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. The tinder was an invaluable treasure to most intelligent beings, but it was not the case for the undead. Madara used the Soulfire and the Psionic Tower to expand their territory, so the tinder was almost worthless to them. This information might not be known by normal people, but it could not be hidden from a veteran in the game and a wizard's apprentice. For example, Brendel and the Shire. There's a problem. Brando immediately put his sword in front of his chest and reminded the people behind him. The Shire also protected the back of the group at the same time. What's going on? Badam asked. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a red behemoth descended from the sky and landed on the platform with a boom. With a loud crack, the red behemoth created a huge hole in the wooden platform, causing the entire platform to be filled with smoke and dust. P.S. It's better today. Sigh, I still can't eat meat. What a tragedy. If I recover tomorrow, I will start to make up for what I owe these 2 days. Sigh, I hope everyone can forgive me. It's already the 30th today. Please continue to ask for monthly votes and subscriptions. Chapter 120. When the red giant fell, the wooden platform immediately cracked, and debris flew in all directions. Brando covered his face with one hand and looked forward. Through the smoke and dust, he saw a giant skeleton about 3 people's height standing up. It wore a huge crusader helmet with a fiery red hydra pattern on it. Brando sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw it. This was Madara's general's guard, the crusader executioner. Brendel felt his scalp go numb. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. Even his heart had turned cold, and he did not even have the mood to fish in troubled waters. But now, he did not care at all. He almost could not speak, but he coughed and did not dare to hesitate. He immediately said to the people behind him, "Retreat, retreat, leave this place, follow me." His voice was rarely stern, and he was not even this nervous when he faced the undead army. If he could, he would have cursed out loud. What are those bastard guards of Bragg's doing? They let this thing in, why don't they just open the gates and surrender? Badam and Amandina might be a little confused, but Brando knew what the Crusader executioner was. In this place, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the Grim Reaper. This was not an ordinary undead creature, and it was not even a type of undead summoned by a necromancer. It was a nest creature. Madara only had a few types of high-level undead, and it was one of the undead that had a physical body. The only other undead that had a physical body were the Flesh Golem and the Black Knight. It was a high-level undead. It had the strength of a mid-level silver. Brando saw that the Crusader executioner did not seem to have recovered from the shock of falling from the sky. He did not think about anything else and immediately pulled the others to the left. There was a small door under the platform that led to the backstage, and that was their goal. Badam and the Shire reacted quickly. The veteran mercenary immediately felt the aura of despair from the Crusader executioner. It was a kind of aura that was filled with killing intent. Perhaps only a veteran like him could taste this kind of aura. This giant skeleton wearing fiery red armor and holding a giant axe was definitely not to be trifled with. The group quickly passed under the platform, but the bad news was that the undead had finally stood up, and the only enemies around it seemed to be their group. Brando pushed Amandina and Roman into the door, followed by the Shire and Badam. He looked back. The 2 red soulfire and the monster's black eye sockets had locked onto them. It raised its axe and stood shakily from the platform, making creaking sounds. Brando? Roman was confused. Don't say anything, listen to me. Brando immediately entered the door and closed it tightly. Fortunately, the door was made of pure iron, and they did not know whether it was for defensive purposes or not. That was why they were able to hold on for so long. Is that thing very powerful? What should we do? Badam asked. Brando calmed down and replied, "Let me think, I might have an idea." He calmly released the wind spirit spiders as he spoke, and allowed them to crawl out of the room through the cracks. In an instant, he had a draft in his mind, but he was a little hesitant. Wasn't this too dangerous? His greatest hope was that the monster would go after the others. After all, there were so many people in the hall, and it was not worthwhile for it to chase after them. But before he could finish his thought, the iron door suddenly shook, and the huge force from the door made him fall forward. The others were shocked, and Badam and the Shire quickly rushed forward to block the door. Brando crawled up from the ground and returned to his original position. At this moment, he finally gave up on any hope and said with determination, "There is only one way. You guys run first, split up. I'll hold this thing back." Brando. It was the first time that Roman saw the young man's uncertain expression, and the excitement in her heart seemed to have been washed away. Her worry was the same as when she was in Butchie. She wanted to stay and face the enemy with Brando, but this time, the young man wanted her to leave first. This was not a battle that belonged to her. Brando knew that the Crusader executioner's strength was close to 47 ounces, and it was not something that the current Badam and the Shire could fight against. If they fought against this monster, they would only be killed in an instant. The Shire was fine, at most he would not be able to use his Highland Squire card for a while, but Badam, Cripple, Amandina, and the little Roman were all people that he could not afford to lose. He had thought it through in an instant. Right now, he was the only one who could use his familiarity with this terrifying monster to lure it away and find a chance to escape. But when he looked at the huge monster that had just turned its head, and the two red soulfire in its black eye sockets locked onto them, he was not confident at all. After all, this was a monster that was close to the middle of the silver rank, and it was not like the zombie outlander Captain and Ebden of this era who had not reached the silver rank, or who had just reached the silver rank. Brando had thought of giving up on Badam, Cripple, and even Amandina, and let these subordinates buy time for him. He had the ability to do so, because other than him, they were not familiar with this terrifying undead creature. Sometimes, a small mistake in judgment was enough to change a lot of things. In fact, such a thought flashed through his mind, but the young man shivered and rejected this tempting idea. He could not tolerate himself doing this, and even thinking about it made him shudder. He thought that if he could break his promise and give up on Badam, Cripple, and even Amandina, then one day he could give up on even more people. Freya, the Roman, the princess, and everything he held on to would become a cold-blooded monster just for himself. Brando shook his head and threw this cold thought out of his mind. In just an instant, he was sweating profusely as if he had just experienced a battle between heaven and earth. He said in a low voice, "You guys run first, split up. I'll hold this monster back." Badam stopped in his tracks. "My lord, you're the lord, how can we abandon you?" This experienced mercenary with a fiery red beard who was good at reading people's expressions completely put himself in the role of a retainer at this moment. Even he himself didn't realize it. It was natural. "My lord, this is the general's guard of Madara's undead army. You are not its opponent, please let me buy time for you." The Shire put his hand on his chest and answered seriously. "You know it?" Brando was surprised. "Brando," Amandina pulled her hand out of Badam's hand. She turned around and said with a serious face, "We don't need you to be a hero, we've entrusted our ideals to you. At least, we hope that you can reconsider your promise to a weak woman." "What are you talking about, Amandina?" Badam grabbed the girl's shoulder and lost his temper. But the second impact came quickly, and the three of them felt the terrible power of the door this time. Brando realized that there was not much time left, and he pointed his sword to the back and said in a low voice, "Since when did a woman have the right to interfere in a man's battle? Badam, take her away." "Mr. Brando, you..." Amandina was stunned, but she took a deep breath as if she suddenly understood Brando's meaning. She stopped and looked at the knight with a complicated expression. "Brando, what about me?" The Roman blinked and asked. "Aren't you a woman?" Brando replied in an annoyed tone. "Oh." The little Roman was a little disappointed. Since it was an order, Badam had no room to disobey. He could only nod and leave with Amandina and the Roman from the other side of the stage. He turned around and saw a small hidden door behind the cloth curtain. Most underground auction houses had such an emergency passage that led directly to the showroom. Sometimes it was manually or magically powered. On one hand, it was convenient to move goods, and on the other hand, it was to prevent possible interrogations. Of course, the probability of the latter happening was close to zero. At the same time, Brando also breathed a sigh of relief. If he dared to say that women should not be involved in war in the Amber Sword, the senior and leader who had been guiding him all this time would have beaten him to a pulp. But unknowingly, he had become a competent leader himself. And the old players and seniors who had gone through ups and downs with him had left one by one, leaving him to fight alone. It was like this in the game, and it was the same here. Although Brando had confidants such as the Roman and Freya, subordinates such as Badam and Reto, and the intelligent Amandina as his aide, he could not help but feel lonely. However, he still couldn't help but feel lonely. Perhaps no one would understand why he was working so hard. He turned around and looked at the Shire. The wizard apprentice still looked at him firmly and replied, "My lord, you know my identity. In a sense, your safety is more important than my life. Because even if I disappear, as long as my lord is alive, then there is the possibility of me appearing again. Otherwise, everything is meaningless to me." "You have convinced me," Brando nodded. "In that case, you can stay." The door finally opened with a click. The tip of the blood-red axe extended from behind the door. The door shook violently, and the Shire and Brando who were pressing on the door bounced back. But this time, they did not block it. Brando waved to the Shire and shouted, "Come, let's go to the other side." With that, he stood up and dragged his squire to his feet. He glanced behind him and then ran towards the door on the other side of the hall. The Crusader executioner swung the axe again and finally broke through the door. It lowered its body and crawled in. Just as it was about to look around, a ray of white light hit its head, and the spell instantly disintegrated. The terrifying undead creature turned its head and immediately saw Seal and Brendel at the side. In fact, the young wizard apprentice was still maintaining his hand gesture. "Over here, you brainless undead." Brando sneered. The skeleton in blood-red armor roared and immediately chased after them. It straightened up, and the wooden and stone ceiling was smashed into pieces like tofu. The Crusader executioner had 22-ounce agility, so although it looked huge and clumsy, it was actually astonishingly fast. As soon as it moved, its huge body was already in front of Brando with a cracking sound. But Brando already knew this, so when he saw that the Shire's attack was ineffective, he immediately dragged the ladder and rolled sideways into the door. Just as they escaped, the Crusader executioner smashed the door frame with a bang. The monster stepped on the stone chips and walked into the room. It saw Brando and the Shire had already climbed up from the other side. Brando stood up, panting, but he was not as nervous as he was when they were escaping from Butchie. On the contrary, his mind was clear at this moment. He knew that he and the Shire would not be able to deal any damage to this high-level undead, but he was not without a chance of survival. At least he knew that he had two options. The first option was to hold on until the silver-winged cavalry arrived. Although the silver-winged cavalry was a lackey of the All-for-One, he was not on the same side as Madara. Moreover, he was a knight with the strength of a lower gold rank, so it was easy for him to deal with this monster. He did not even need to do it himself. The silver-winged cavalry was the elite of the White Mane army, and the platoon leaders were all at least silver rank. Any one of them could easily kill this brainless undead. But the Crusader executioner was right in front of him, and he doubted if he could hold on for that long. It was not impossible for him to lose his head in the next moment. After thinking about it, Brando realized that it was more realistic to rely on himself, so he could only choose the second option. And that was to find the Elemental Revelation Scroll. P.S. It hurts, I shouldn't have eaten that squid. I really only ate one, why is it so strong? My stomach hurts so much today. He clenched his teeth and wrote 2 chapters. This is the first chapter, the second chapter will be released later. I'll grit my teeth and beg for a guaranteed monthly ticket for next month. Everyone, please support me when you see that I'm seriously injured and can't leave the front lines. Chapter 121. He needed to find the Scroll of Elemental Enlightenment. In fact, using the Scroll of Elemental Enlightenment to open the elemental pool did not take much time. Since it was the first time the elemental pool was opened, it would absorb the rich elemental power contained in the scroll. The 4 elements would then fill up the new, almost shapeless small pool. As long as he had those elements, he could pay for the Holy Sword. With the Sacred Sword, even if he couldn't deal with this thing, he should have no problem protecting himself. This was also the reason why he released those spiders before. He thought that the wind spirit spiders, born from elements and magic, would be better than him in finding such an item. Brando instantly figured out the whole plan. He turned back and shouted, "The Shire." "I understand, my lord." The young sorcerer apprentice turned his head and smiled. "Good luck, my lord. I hope to see you again sooner." Brando nodded seriously. His wizard squire had already raised the ruby in his hand. Countless white lines stretched out from the ruby between his thumb and index finger. These white lines, or rather, the part of the 130 million laws that were set by Martha on the other side of the world that were related to defense, blocking, and reaction forces were selected in an instant. They lit up and intertwined with each other. The solid wall emitted a golden light and then disappeared into nothingness. The skeleton in blood-red armor swung his axe and swept it on the wall. Ripples spread out in circles. The ruby in the Shire's hand cracked, but this little wizard apprentice continued to maintain his spell at the cost of overdrawing the medium. "Let's go," he said in a low voice. Brando turned back and looked, then turned and pushed open the door on the other side and rushed out. He did not know who had the scroll of elemental enlightenment at the moment. Although it was said that the underground trade could be done on the spot, the nobles wanted to maintain their dignity. Therefore, they would usually let the auctioneer send the auction item directly to their residence after the auction. So he had a chance. He quickly walked through the corridor. The showroom was in the direction that Badam and the others had left in. However, such a building would usually have an emergency passageway. If he could find it, it would be much easier. However, he opened the doors on both sides one by one. As he continued to be disappointed, he gradually became anxious. Soon he heard a loud noise behind him. It was the sound of the Crusader. It did not seem to have given up on chasing him. The Shire is dead. Brendel could not help but check his own status. The Highland Squire's card was showing a rare grey color, and it was displayed in the center of all his cards. It was the same for the Wind Spirit Spider card. The previous loss had caused half of the card to turn grey. It seemed that summoning cards would face the threat of a graveyard. He hesitated for a moment before recalling the rest of the Wind Spirit Spiders. It was difficult for him to find the right target in this auction house alone. However, the Wind Spirit Spiders that were born from elements and magic would have a much easier time finding the location of the Elemental Revelation Scroll or the person who held it. But when he turned around, the voice behind him caught up again. It seemed that the terrifying undead did not intend to give him the time to do so. At the same time, a Wind Spirit Spider shot out from one of the rooms and landed at his feet. It stopped for a moment, then immediately scurried in another direction. Found it? Brando was shocked and immediately chased after it. He was much more agile than the Wind Spirit Spider, so it was not difficult for him to keep up with it. However, the heavy voice behind him was getting closer and closer. His heart could not help but beat faster. How far was it? Would it catch up with him? Was it the Elemental Revelation Scroll? There were too few factors that he could be sure of, but Brando could only grit his teeth and take a gamble. He turned around the corner with the little green creature and saw a few corpses lying on the side of the aisle. They seemed to be the staff of the auction house. There were enemies. Brando was alarmed, but he immediately saw a few skeleton soldiers wearing black chainmail and holding long swords staggering out from the doors on both sides of the aisle. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The young man immediately activated his charge skill and ran past these low-level undead like a gust of wind. About a month ago, these skeletons were his mortal enemies, but now they were no different from real cannon fodder in front of him. The first skeleton in front of Brando's eyes slowly extended its sword towards him, but Brando's speed was 10 times faster. The skeleton's sword was still in the air when the skeleton's hand was separated from its joint. A white flame emerged from the wound, and the flame was quickly directed to the skeleton's body by a ray of silver light and set it ablaze. Brando ran past 7 skeletons in an instant. He withdrew his sword and the skeletons immediately fell apart behind him. But the young man did not have time to be happy because he saw the blood-red figure chasing him around the corner. 22 OZ agility against less than 10 OZ agility. The Crusader executioner raised his axe and stabbed towards Brendel like a shadow. The ceiling cracked in front of him, but this resistance could not negate a few OZ agility. Brando could not avoid it at all. He could only brace himself and use his strength to slash at the axe. When the elven sword and the axe clashed, there was a sharp screech that made one's teeth ache. The sword immediately bent at a strange angle, and Brendel felt as if his right hand was breaking apart inch by inch, and he lost his sense of direction in an instant. He only felt himself and his sword fly backwards and hit the wall with a bang. The only fortunate thing was that he happened to land by the door where the Wind Spirit Spider stopped. He immediately gritted his teeth and ordered the Wind Spirit Spider to pounce on him while rolling into the room. At this moment, he really hoped that Martha would bless him. The elemental revelation scroll was displayed in the room. But when he rolled in, he raised his head with a heart full of hope, but he saw something that he did not want to see the most. A spirit terracotta turned its head around from the side of a mercenary's corpse. It obviously did not expect someone to be outside. The undead creature was holding a single scythe dripping with blood. It turned its head and stared at Brando with the faint green flames in its eye sockets. And the young man saw that it was holding something in its other hand. It was a sparkling and translucent crystal ball with a raging flame burning inside. Tinder. The spirit terracotta subconsciously raised its single scythe, but Brando reacted faster than it. He used his left hand to support his numb right hand. The sharp pain almost made him tremble, but he still gritted his teeth and shouted, "OSS." The huge wind pressure caused the air in the room to shrink slightly, and then it exploded with a loud bang. The strong wind almost formed a straight line, and the spirit terracotta's armor instantly shriveled, deformed, and then flew backwards and hit the wall. The wall also collapsed inwards, and with a bang, a huge hole opened up. The strong wind formed a radiating shockwave, and all the obstacles in front of it were destroyed. The spirit terracotta was only an iron-ranked monster, and it was not a monster that focused on defense like the gargoyle. Naturally, it was destroyed in an instant, just like the swordsman in Pine Fortress. With a crack, the spirit terracotta that had lost its upper body knelt on the ground. Brando then pounced forward and snatched the tinder from its hand. He did not know if this thing was useful, but at this time, he did not care so much. He turned around and saw the Crusader executioner holding the crushed wind spider spirit that was still dripping with green liquid. The terrifying undead creature saw that Brando had nowhere to run and could not help but grin. This grin did not represent its intelligence, but the instinctive desire of a dark creature to kill. Grin my ass. Brando raised the tinder with his left hand and clenched his teeth. The crystal ball suddenly shattered, and a fiery red ring of light spread out from the inside. This ring of light first went past Brando, and then it expanded 10 times in a breath. It went past the Crusader executioner. The monster was raising its axe, but it suddenly stopped, as if it was immobilized. At that moment, all the wizards and elementalists that had magic power in their bodies within a radius of 10 miles around Bragg's changed their expressions. They stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of Bragg's city. The red ring of light continued to expand. It went past the auction house, the whole of Hood District, Bragg City, and then the outskirts of Bragg City at an astonishing speed. It spread out for a few miles before it slowly stopped and disappeared. Although this moment was short, all the soldiers in the Silver-Winged Cavalry's camp in Bragg City saw their shadowhounds vaporize in an instant and then disappear. That was the power of order. The undead creatures also worshipped the only true god, Martha. Like humans, they were also creatures of order. When the tinder was ignited, the reorganization of order should not affect anything that was originally under order. However, the Crusader executioner was different. It was a nest creature. No matter if it was man-made or natural, except for the only guardian's nest. All nests were in fact the power of chaos, but when the tinder was ignited, they were also the first to be affected. Low-level creatures like the shadow hounds could not even resist and were vaporized directly. And the Crusader executioner was also affected by the huge impact and could not move for a while. From what Brando saw, it suffered nearly 110 points of damage at that moment. The young man could not help but let out a sigh of relief. At least he made the right bet. Although no one had ever thought of using a priceless tinder to test something as boring as this, there were some basic rules in this world that could not be changed. For example, the absolute opposition between chaos and order. The young man took a deep breath, then got up and ran for his life. There was not much time left for him. At least the Crusader executioner would not stay still forever. He had to find the scroll of elemental revelation as soon as possible. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Chapter 122. Just as Brando rushed out of the room, the skeleton in red armor behind him began to move. It struggled to turn half of its body, and its movements gradually became smooth. At the same time, a few wind spirit spiders crawled out of the ruins and returned to the young man. Brando found that there were 4 of them left, but 2 of them clearly indicated that they had found their respective targets. The wind spirit spiders could speak the wind language of Tenairu. Although Brando did not actually master the language, he seemed to be able to understand what they meant. The thing was not far from him. Tenairu is the place where the wind spirit king lived and wooned. Its full name is Tenairu's Wind's End, or the Mountain of Storm's End. A large number of wind elementals gathered here, forming different tribes. Their language came from the ancient runic language family, the wind language, and was one of the few languages that still had magic power. Therefore, the wind language of Tenairu was also a compulsory course for the elementals, especially the storm envoys. This allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. But with the intelligence of these little creatures, they could not tell whether the magic item they found was the elemental revelation scroll that he needed. Brando had to make the judgment himself. There were 2 targets in total. One was about 30 meters away in the south, and the other was about 50 meters away in the west. Brando thought for a while. The possibility of the west leading to the exhibition room under the auction stage was higher. But the danger of going back the same way was self-evident. While thinking, he recalled 2 of the wind spirit spiders, in case the card accidentally entered the tomb. On the other side, 2 soul fires were reignited in the dark eye sockets of the undead. Brando knew that he did not have much time, but his current situation was not good. The Thorn of Light was lost in the rubble, and he did not have time to find it. The Shire was also gone, and his right arm was almost broken. He still could not feel it. The wind spirit spiders could not help much, and the ring of the Wind Empress was still in a charging state. The exhaustion of his magic power was accompanied by a faint sense of exhaustion, but fortunately, he still had more than half of his strength left, and his life was not lost. He stood unsteadily on the walkway, his thoughts flashing like lightning. The cursed bolts could not help much against the undead, but perhaps there was another option, which was to break through the window on the 2nd floor and go to the crowded street. However, this would not prevent the terrifying undead from continuing to pursue him. Life waves were extremely sensitive to the undead, and there was no way it could not find a person in a crowd. In particular, in the open, it was even less likely that he would escape from the Crusader's hands. It wasn't that the Crusader executioner didn't have any weaknesses, but the absolute difference in strength made him unable to do anything. He could almost hear the sound of the undead behind him moving again. Brando shook his head to get rid of this thought and quickly moved forward along the corridor where broken walls could be seen everywhere. In just a short moment, this small auction house seemed to have encountered a storm. The previous competition had irreversibly changed the terrain here. However, he wasn't in the mood to care about that right now. As long as the undead caught up to him, he wouldn't be able to run more than 10 meters away. I need to think of a way. He suddenly saw the remains of a skeleton soldier not far away, which should be his masterpiece not long ago. He had an idea. Crack. The giant skeleton wearing blood-red armor had already walked out of the room with a battle axe in its hand. Its huge body was half-stooped, and its yellowish ribs were like bone swords inserted into its spine, surrounded by a burning flame in the middle. It was only wearing shoulder armor, a helmet, and a simple skirt armor because under the protection of its bone plates were stronger than ordinary metals after being tempered by the power of chaos. It turned its head, and the empty corridor was silent. It was stunned for a moment. Previously, the life waves had told it that the weak human was moving along this corridor, but now, that feeling had become undetectable. Brando lay flat next to the remains of the skeleton. He gently exhaled and then held his breath. He tried to calm his heartbeat and slow his blood circulation as much as possible so that he wouldn't be too eye-catching in the undead's eyes. As expected, the Crusader executioner slowed down. The signs of Brendel's life force gradually weakened in its gray vision. It was a little doubtful, and the remaining cunning instincts made it slow down its steps. It didn't want to fall into a trap. However, it wasn't completely unable to see Brando, and the young man understood that. He carefully removed the black steel sword from the skeleton soldier's claws, his movements slow and gentle. Brando felt that although his heartbeat was slow, every beat was very powerful. It was like a drum covered with leather, beating on his fragile nerves. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the huge skeleton inevitably came closer. It was less than 10 meters. At this distance, if the general guard of Madara attacked, Brando's head would be separated from his body. He couldn't help but turn his head once or twice, as if subconsciously making sure that his head was still on his neck. The undead took another step closer. Brando could no longer remain calm. The game had trained him to be calm, but now he was gambling with his life. He glanced at the tall skeleton. The general guard of Madara was known for its speed, ruthlessness, and slaughter throughout the battlefield. The giant axes in their hands were nearly 4 meters long, and when they hit with full force, they had more than 20 tons of force. Every time they fought on the battlefield, the humans had to pay 10 or even 100 times the price. In the war records of Karsuk, the necromancer used dozens of general guards to disperse an entire infantry regiment of Erewhon. On the frontline battlefield, these huge monsters were like moving iron towers in a chaotic battle. Terrifying legends about them could be found everywhere. Of course, the humans also had those famous elite troops that could match them one-on-one. But Brando hadn't reached that level yet. When the Crusader executioner's eyes fell on him, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. His blood began to circulate faster, and his life force seemed to become obvious again. The tall undead paused for a moment, and a cold aura suddenly shrouded Brando's head. It had seen through his trick. But only a few seconds had passed. Brando felt his forehead was cold. If he moved a little, he would be attacked, but even if he maintained this state, he wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few seconds. He stared at his attribute interface, thinking that a few seconds wouldn't help at all. He needed more time, a little more. He suddenly made up his mind and rolled to the side. The huge skeleton immediately reacted. It raised its battle axe, and the cold light reflected from the metal side hit Brando's face, making him pale. The gigantic monster was like a gray ghost. It moved more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. It swung its axe to the side and created a crack in the wall. The cold edge of the axe was like a plow plowing through bricks. The broken bricks and the wood embedded in the wall protruded outwards, forming a deep trench that was moving forward at a high speed. The auction house was in an underground passage. The walls on both sides were reinforced, but under the abnormal strength of the Crusader executioner, they were as fragile as a piece of tofu. It swung forward, and the wind pressure and the crack suddenly extended towards Brando. But the young man made a feint. He rolled to the side, and at the same time, he kicked hard on the ground and jumped in the opposite direction. The huge skeleton's axe was destined to hit the ground, and with a loud bang, the stone floor cracked, and stone fragments flew everywhere. But Brando jumped between the legs of the huge undead. The Crusader executioner let out a roar from its hollow neck. This was the scream of the soul, and it wanted to stab its feet with the axe. But Brando dodged left and right, and had already climbed up and grabbed its thigh bone. Every time the huge skeleton wanted to turn the axe, the long handle of the axe was stuck in the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, Brando had already dodged 3 attacks. It finally woke up and reached out to grab the cunning human. 15 seconds. Brando had held on for long enough. When the huge skeleton of the Crusader executioner grabbed downwards, Brando immediately lowered his head to avoid it. The moment his charge skill entered cooldown, he activated it at the same time. In a flash, Brando had almost twice the agility of the monster. He rushed forward like a continuous shadow, and at the same time, he slashed the wall in front of him with a charge skill. Close to 20-ounce power bombarded the wall. The black steel sword let out a cry and broke inch by inch. But the wall also caved in with a loud bang, and the bricks became crisscrossed. Brando threw away the sword and punched with his left hand, and the wall collapsed. He jumped into the wall, and as expected, it was the other side of the room. The wind spider spirit had already gone through the sewer to wait for him here. He was close to his target. But the Crusader executioner was even closer. Brando did not dare to be slow, and with the last bit of acceleration, he rushed out of the room like a meteor. Just as he left, the huge skeleton behind him roared and smashed through the wall. It shrieked and raised its head, its hands parting the broken wall, allowing the dust to fall and slide down the helmet. Then, with a loud bang, it squeezed in. The two of them, one in front and one behind, started a chase in the narrow space. The auction house was very unlucky. The Crusader executioner was like a human bulldozer. The wall between wood and stone could not withstand a single blow from its power of close to 50 ounces. As it moved forward, any wall would crumble into powder. In just a moment, it passed through 3 walls. From the outside of the auction house, a part of the circular building had collapsed. Brando anxiously calculated the distance. There were still 2 more rooms. He casually took out a dagger from his belt and threw it back, but the Crusader executioner did not stop, and directly knocked it away. The sharp blade only left a white scratch on its bones. It raised its head, and what it faced was a wind spider spirit, but the huge skeleton casually punched it into a green sauce. Brando passed through another room. The Crusader executioner raised its axe for the second time, and this made the young man feel a chill down his spine. It seemed that there was not enough time. If you want to know what will happen next, please log on to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 123. The huge skeleton took a step forward and raised its battle axe. Even though it was still behind a wall, the experienced Brendel knew that he was already within its attack range, and he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He couldn't think of any way to defend himself, and the only chance he had was to sacrifice an arm to save his life. He had already made the decision. But at that moment, a handsome young man with silver hair and purple eyes walked out from the corner with a gloomy expression. He was about 25 or 26 years old, and he bumped right into Brando. Behind him were 2 soldiers wearing dark blue knight's uniform, silver breastplates, long swords, and silver scales on their epaulets. It was the uniform of the silver-winged cavalry. This young man was one of the lieutenants of the silver-winged cavalry's commander, the illegitimate son of the Duke of Grenoir's, Viscount Turst. When he saw Brando, he seemed to have thought of something, but his face quickly turned gloomy. Without saying a word, he pulled out a thin sword from his waist and stabbed towards Brando's left chest. His speed was fast, and his sword was both accurate and ruthless. It was hard for a normal person to see, and it looked like a thin silver line drawn in the air. But Brendel's reaction was quick, and he knew it was an enemy when he saw the enemy's expression. But he did not know how strong the enemy was, and he was unarmed, so he could only subconsciously protect his vitals and dodge to the side. Viscount Turst was stunned. He didn't expect an ordinary iron-ranked mercenary to be so alert. He only managed to adjust the angle of his attack in the end, but the thin sword only pierced through Brando's shoulder like a venomous snake, leaving behind a trail of blood. Brando groaned and fell to the side. He was shocked. He saw clearly that Turst was a middle-ranked knight, and he was at least a gold-ranked fighter. Luckily, Turst wasn't paying attention when he attacked, or else he would be a cold corpse by now. He didn't have time to think about how he had offended a level 3 expert, and such a young one at that. This guy must be an enlightener. In fact, Brando wasn't wrong. Turst wasn't just an enlightener, he was also the holy son of all for one. Compared to most of his peers, this young man had the right to be arrogant. But this was the second time Brando had failed. Turst had never failed before, but ever since Borg Nai's disappearance, his daughter's disappearance had been a few days ago. They already knew that Borg Nai's family was related to Borg Nai's family. Nesson's family might be related to the Cipher dynasty from more than 100 years ago. This was related to a huge secret, but he had originally concluded that a noble's daughter would not be able to play any tricks. He did not expect this confidence to disappear under his nose. He had always been frivolous on the surface, but he was cautious on the inside. However, this was the first time he had tasted the bitter fruit of failure. There was also the young man in front of him. All the information he gathered in the past few days pointed to a mistake in their information gathering. Based on the information gathered, All for One and Braggs could conclude that there was a leader above the copper dragon Redo. It was a young man, so Turst's first suspicion was that Brando had appeared with Badam that day. Of course, it was just a thought, and Turst didn't take it to heart. He just didn't expect to meet Brando in a place like this. The moment he saw Brando, he wanted to test him out. But his test was to kill him. Even if he killed the wrong person, it wouldn't matter. After all, he was just a nameless mercenary. But he didn't expect Brando to give him a surprise. A huge surprise. When Brendel fell, he went right between Turst and the two soldiers, and used the momentum to roll behind the three of them. Our Viscount could not help but be startled. Just as he was about to turn around and strike again, the wall in front of him suddenly cracked open. The bloody pointed helmet of the Crusader executioner poked out from under the small door, and then it stretched forward. The giant axe lifted the entire wall and caused it to collapse to one side. Turst was shocked and deflected the axe with his sword. The wind from his sword caused the wall to collapse, but he couldn't help but exclaim, "The Crusader executioner." The giant skeleton wouldn't show mercy just because he was a core member of All for One. The first thing it saw in its burning eye sockets was Turst's slender sword that blocked its axe. Its soulfire flickered, and its right claw pierced towards the Eruin's ribs. If the claw connected, the upper half of an ordinary person's body would probably explode. However, Turst didn't panic and raised his left hand to block the Crusader executioner's attack. His movement wasn't large, but the giant skeleton's claw couldn't move an inch forward. "Go catch that young man." The Crusader executioner was infamous for its ferocity, and this monster was a silver-ranked swordsman. Even a newly promoted gold-ranked swordsman like him did not dare to underestimate it. He could only order his subordinates to stop Brendel. Unfortunately, Brando was smarter than he thought. In fact, when he rolled forward, he had already considered letting the Crusader executioner clash with the skeleton. Before the giant skeleton could attack, he had already shaken them off and made his escape. The Elemental Enlightenment Scroll was in the room outside the door. If the wind spirit spiders didn't find the wrong room. Brando slammed the door open, and the first thing he saw was a set of mana potions on the table. Of course, he recognized them because they were created by him and Tamar. These were the mana potions he sold to the auction house. Brando felt a chill in his heart. He still found the wrong room. But he was startled, and then he saw the box on the chair beside him. The young man's breath couldn't help but quicken slightly. He saw that familiar burnt yellow parchment lying quietly in the box. That was it, the scroll that could save his life. If he used the Holy Sword card to activate the second level of power, even if it was only temporary, Brando was confident that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage against a gold-ranked opponent. At the very least, he could escape without a problem. He immediately rushed over and grabbed the scroll. Then, he bit his finger and smeared his blood on the center of the scroll. The elemental contract was so simple. The scroll glowed and began to burn. It was different from the fire of the mortal world. It came from the domain of the fire element, the elemental fire of the Hell Babatar Abyss, which was also the fire of the contract. In Wond, whether it was the angels of heaven or the demons of the underworld, they all used the elemental fire to carve the mark of the contract. This tradition originated from the beginning of the world, when Martha and the Fire Spirit King made the first contract. In fact, this tradition was not encouraged throughout history. Even the merchants in the human world used the method of branding on parchment to establish contracts before the Age of Chaos. It was also influenced by it. After the contract of fire was established, the same pattern on the scroll randomly appeared on the back of Brando's hand. This was the elemental pattern, the symbol of an elementalist. Brando carefully checked his elemental pattern and found that it was the most common pattern of fire in Erewhon. He couldn't help but sigh. He thought that he should have some special patterns. Not to mention the 6 elemental sacred patterns of Tumen, at least a 3 or 4 elemental pattern would be good. A single elemental was the most unpromising type of elemental. But fortunately, he didn't do it to become an elementalist. The prompt of the establishment of the contract was projected on his retina as usual, a line of green words faintly. Then his elemental pool was formed. There were 6 slots of each element, 7 slots of fire element, and no light and dark elemental pools. Seeing this, Brando once again confirmed that this body did not have the potential to become an elementalist. The player elementalist had 17 slots of each element and a complete light and dark elemental pool. Even so, it was only the qualification of an elementalist. Of course, at least it was much better than Brando's state. If there was a description to describe Brando's state, it would be that he was the most unsuitable person to become a wizard or an elementalist. He was just lucky enough to open an elemental enlightenment scroll. A single fire arrow requires 3 fire elements. That means if I'm an elementalist, my elemental pool is only enough for me to cast lesser spells twice a week. Lesser spells that are not part of the 12th circle are called lesser spells. The Shire's magic arrow was a typical secondary spell. Although he didn't want to become an elementalist, seeing this nondescript elemental pool, Brando didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a while. He coughed and suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. He didn't know if it was the young man with the strength of gold. His heart tightened and he subconsciously wanted to grab the mana potion on the table. But this time, he grabbed empty air. Just as he stretched out his hand, he realized that he was no longer in the auction house. He found himself in a vast expanse of darkness. The room, the table, the mana potion, and everything that should have existed had disappeared, leaving only a vast darkness that he had never seen before. No, Brando suddenly remembered that he had seen this kind of darkness in the game. That was when he died. He couldn't help but be shocked. Was he already dead? But this was not a game. Then what was this situation? He couldn't help but look around. The first thing he thought was whether he was in an illusion. But let's not talk about whether this was superfluous. At least in the illusions he had heard of, there was no such thing. Unless it was an illusion that directly affected the mind. But that kind of illusion would stimulate the unyielding talent. It was impossible for him not to notice it at all. But in the next moment, Brando was stunned. He saw a young man with shoulder-length black hair and a pair of ghostly blood-red eyes walk out of the darkness. The young man looked at him and smiled slightly. His delicate hand that was as beautiful as a woman's gently brushed the silver robe on his body. Then he smiled and said, "It seems that you are very confused." Brando recognized the robe on the young man's body. It was the robe of an elementalist. It was just that the 4 crisscrossing blood-red patterns on the sleeves of the robe made him slightly startled. Among the high-level elementalists, those who mastered level 12 spells became elementalists. They were the envoys of the Elf King. There was a pattern on the elementalist robe. Those with 2 patterns were the great teachers of the elemental throne. Those with 3 patterns were the demons who had long been known as the sage. What were the 4 patterns? Brando could only think of one name. The Elemental Emperor, Tumen. This young man did indeed fit the description of the Myrna people in the myths. He had black hair and blood-red eyes, and was a follower of the Dark Dragon. But he hesitated for a long time, not daring to confirm whether this young man was the legendary figure. Tumen had been dead for thousands of years, hadn't he? But the young man seemed to see the doubts in his heart. He smiled and nodded. "I am Tumen." "You are Tumen?" Brando was so surprised that he even forgot his situation for a moment. "Why are you here?" "That's not important, Brando." Tumen replied, "My last contractor died almost 300 years ago, and the last person who carried these cards was unwilling to give up his path as a knight. It's just that I didn't expect that in just a few decades, there would be a new successor." He paused for a moment and smiled. "What I mean is, Are you willing to stop for a while and listen to the story of the Planeswalkers? Planeswalkers? Brando was slightly startled. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 125. Planeswalker. Brando almost groaned. He couldn't help but touch his forehead, wondering if he was dreaming. The young man in front of him who claimed to be Tumen and the special space that brought him into, as well as these bizarre messages, all made his mind a mess. He had never heard of a profession called Planeswalker in the Amber Sword. He first wondered if it was a profession that he had never understood. After all, in a world with such a huge and complicated setting and self-improvement every day, it was impossible for him to be omniscient and omnipotent. But then Brando felt a little awkward, and his intuition told him that this conjecture was not valid. Brando looked calm on the surface, but in his heart, he kept thinking, what is going on? What is a Planeswalker? What is this place? Tumen's hands were in his sleeves, and his whole body was floating in the dark void. He saw Brando's doubts and replied with a smile, "It seems that you are still very confused. In fact, this is just a refraction spell. It allows the message I left behind to be projected in your mind through this, so you don't have to be nervous. This is just your own inner world. Everything here is constructed according to your inner thoughts." Brando knew that he meant to say subconscious. "You mean, this is a spell effect that affects the mind? But why is my unyielding will not respond?" He calmed down a little, but immediately asked, "How do I get out of here?" Because he suddenly remembered that he was still in danger and could not waste time here. "Why are you in a hurry to leave? Because this is the world in your mind. Everything happens here as fast as your thoughts. The Bastions have a saying, people can finish a long dream in a short moment. Because people's thoughts are as fast as lightning, you can have many thoughts in an instant, and before these thoughts are over, not even a second has passed." Tumen laughed and said, "Even if you are going to die in the next second, here, you can live for a quarter of an hour." Brando carefully digested the meaning of the Elemental Emperor's words. Rationally, he was more willing to believe this explanation, but instinctively he could not help but consider the danger outside. He took a breath and asked, "I understand, but let's finish this message quickly. Emperor Tumen, what do you want to say to me? What is a Planeswalker?" Forcing himself to calm down, Brando began to figure out the meaning of this dream. Since Tumen said that this was a projection of a message, it meant that he had something to tell him. "Do you have anything to say?" Brando didn't think that there was any connection between them. Brando was a pure-blooded southerner of Erewhon. He had neither the blood of the Myrnas nor the blood of the Bastions. In terms of inheritance, Tumen would not have looked for him alone. Moreover, there must be some kind of medium to store the spell. In other words, this message was originally stored on something close to him through a triggered spell. Brando lowered his head and could not help but recall carefully, trying to find the suspicious points of the things on his body. First of all, he had to rule out the ordinary items, his clothes, and some small items such as matches and kindling. Excluding the items that he and Tamar had made, such as the cursed crossbow, the statue of the saint, white deer, and the mana potion. Finally, it was natural items, such as the fruit of the golden demonic tree, and some magic materials. Now, the only things that could be considered suspicious were the trivial items he had obtained from the battlefield and the Ring of the Wind Empress. But those trivial pseudo-magic items were nowhere to be found. The Ring of the Wind Empress had long been appraised in the game. It had a follow-up plot, and Brando had already asked the cripple. The lone shark did indeed know about the ring in the oil painting. According to him, the oil painting was given by a merchant to a knight that Brando's grandfather used to serve. Then, the knight gave the oil painting to Brando's grandfather. After that, the oil painting was left in Brando's old house. As for the story before that, it was a long story. The cripple said that a total of 13 rings were made. Although they were not authentic, each ring was priceless after hundreds of years. At that time, the merchant wanted to curry favor with the local lord, but he did not know what happened after that. Even though Brando was still suspicious of the cripple's words, at least it meant that the ring had nothing to do with Tumen, even if it had something to do with the wind sage, Saint Tassel. The next suspect was the mysterious stone fragment that he obtained from Borg Nessen's corpse. Brando had always suspected that the noble's background was not as simple as it seemed. Amandina was a noble's daughter, so how could it be so coincidental that she learned how to design and make magic devices? In Erewhon, this was not a common thing. Moreover, Brando believed that if he could detect this, others could as well. Turst must have understood this as well. He was beginning to suspect that the Viscount's motives were not simple. And now, it seemed that the stone fragment was the most suspicious. But he immediately shook his head and remembered something else. Before he entered this world, he had touched another unknown item, the Scroll of Elemental Revelation. Brando recalled the situation at that time. He clearly remembered that the Scroll of Elemental Revelation had the seal of the Crystal Forest and the unique serial number of the fairies. In other words, there was nothing wrong with the scroll itself. However, he had already come to his senses. He finally realized what the key to triggering this spell was, opening the elemental pool. But what was the connection? He immediately thought of the cards of fates. Yes, he had always treated these mysterious cards as skills and not items, so he did not think of them at first. But now that he thought about it, Brando realized that these cards were more suspicious the more he thought about it. First of all, these cards had never appeared in the Amber Sword. Perhaps Brando had not heard of a single magic item in the game, so it was not suspicious. However, if a series of magic items had never appeared in the eyes of a hardcore player, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Imagine for a moment, if a person had never heard of a magic item in the game, and if we assumed that the world was huge, then it would not be that hard to believe. But if he hadn't even heard of the concept of magician's profession equipment, then it would be a little strange. You might say that he must be a newbie. But Brando was not a newbie. Moreover, these cards themselves were not dispensable and insignificant items of little value. They contained a great deal of freedom, and even a warrior could freely control magic. It could be said that they formed a complete class system. There was no way that Brando had never heard of such a set of magic items. Not to mention that these things did not appear in some distant country. For example, they only appeared in Madara, Brando's archenemy. If that was the case, Brando would not have had the chance to know about them. On the contrary, the places where the cards appeared were places that he was most familiar with in the past. Gerald's Tomb, Golden Demonic Tree Valley, Fortress Reden, Bragg's. These were places that Brando had explored countless times, and he knew every nook and cranny of these places like the back of his hand. Brando could even describe the rumors and actions of all the famous players in these areas in the first 3 years of the game. He loved this world so much that he could empathize with Erewhon. But the problem now was that he had never heard of these cards. He even suspected that he had let go of his suspicions so easily. Of course, he did not realize that the last time he saw these cards, he was in a situation where he could not even guarantee his survival. Normal people in such an environment would be overjoyed if they got a little help, and not doubt it. That was why it was human nature. But once he realized it, his suspicions deepened. Brando could not help but touch his chest, and subconsciously remembered the thought that flashed through his mind. These cards form a complete class system. Brando's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously raised his head. He looked up in disbelief and blurted out, "The planeswalker you mentioned is..." Tumen smiled, "You guessed it right. The cards of fate and the planeswalker are inseparable." Brando immediately shut his mouth, because he knew that the young Tumen in front of him would tell him everything. First of all, I want to clear up a misunderstanding. These cards of fate were not created by me. As you can see, their history is much older than what we know. Tumen opened his hand, and there was a card of fate in his palm. But it was the back of the card, and there was a complicated sacred pattern drawn on it. This mark you see is the original sample of the sacred pattern. I simplified it based on my superficial knowledge, and then compiled this knowledge and taught it to the humans, elves, and Myrnas. Wait. Tumen raised his hand, stopping Brando from asking. I know what you want to ask. As the descendant of the Basto and Myrnas, and the mortal enemy of all beings who yearn for the light, why would I help the humans and elves? He smiled. It's actually very simple. As a planeswalker, my way of looking at things is a little different from the average person. Of course, this is just my own point of view, but it has something to do with my own deck. I was too young at that time, and blindly wanted to pursue the laws and principles of this world, so my deck was called All for One. Following the meaning of this deck, other than the most essential things in the world, there was not much difference in my eyes. After hearing this, Brando sat back down. He thought for a moment, and asked the question in his heart. To be honest, he asked, I don't really understand what you mean, can you explain it more simply? He had no intention of going back now, but he had a vague feeling that this class of planeswalker would bring about a huge change in his future path. He did not know why he had this thought. Perhaps it was an illusion, or perhaps his intuition and instinct had already smelled a trace of something unusual. Tumen nodded. Of course, I will explain it to you in detail. He continued, speaking of planeswalkers, we have to start with the cards of fate. Planeswalkers are the only group of people in this world who can touch the true essence of the cards of fate. This essence is the power of the world. Every card of fate is a representation of the world from a certain perspective. It is not a simple projection of the laws, nor is it a superficial copy of reality. There are many such cards, and they form a small world. Just like my deck, All for One, this deck uses the harmony of the 6 elements to describe the essence of the world. Therefore, it is also the meaning of my card, the power of the laws. As for the other planeswalker I know that his deck is called Unlimited Power. It's a deck made up of a large number of red and black cards of fate. His deck's intention is to pursue the highest power. The red cards can be seen as fire, but also as power. The black cards can be seen as darkness, but also as death and destruction. Of course, we all failed. Tumen smiled. Therefore, the meaning of the cards is actually given by the deck. The magic of the cards of fate is that they can express your thoughts and ideas between the world and you from many angles. Even your deck of cards represents the other you in your heart. As for why these cards exist, and where they come from, we actually do not know. The earliest planeswalkers were probably born during the Dark Ages and spread among the Matatanians. I even suspect that this class itself was born in this society. Rumor has it that the Matatanians are a nomadic race. Their tribe is always moving from one place to another. Their understanding of the world is slightly different from ours. We think that the world is vast and infinite, including infinite things and the concept of knowledge. But in the Matatanians' worldview, the world is a very small and narrow concept. They have a bigger concept that is similar to our world, called us. This word is the origin of the word infinity in the Elven and Cruz languages. In the Matatanians' worldview, us contains countless small worlds, and they are always moving between worlds. I suspect that they have misunderstood the relationship between the guarded ground and the world. Of course, the humans of the past had limited knowledge of the world. Tumen suddenly laughed and said, I accidentally said so many unimportant things. It seems that it is hard for me to change this habit of mine. Brando thought for a moment and asked, I have heard of the Matatanians before, and perhaps now I know that they are the earliest planeswalkers. But what does this have to do with me? Tumen shook his head and said, continue listening. The Matatanians divide the day into 6 stages, and a planeswalker's day is also strictly divided into 6 stages. The young man with shoulder-length black hair looked at Brando and continued, the first stage is from dawn to noon. The Matatanians call this period of the day sun growth, and planeswalkers call it growth stage. In this stage, planeswalkers can tap their land cards and obtain the necessary mana for the day. Wait. Brando shouted, tap land cards? Yes, tapping land cards is the most basic ability of every planeswalker. It is also the source of their power. Wait, can you explain it in detail? It is very simple. As long as you have a basic land card and your own elemental pool and mana pool, you can tap them at this time of the day, and the land card will connect the power of the territory they belong to with your elemental pool, and the elemental power generated in the territory will be injected into the land card. Wait, but didn't the land card say that one elemental power will be generated every week? Brando could not help but ask. That elemental power is outside of the elemental pool and mana pool. It is used as a card to lend new planeswalkers to understand and come into contact with the power of this world. Once you become an official planeswalker, you will no longer need it. Tumen replied. Brendel thought about it for a while and nodded. I understand. You can continue. During the growth stage, planeswalkers can also gain benefits from the pay ability of other cards. I remember that you have a gray earth-type card called Highland Squire. It states that when the Highland Squire exists on the field, the Lord can gain 1 point of reputation every day. And this reputation point is the payment during the growth stage. At the same time, planeswalkers can use any cards that are related to green, life, nature, white, light, protection, nurture, red, fire, vitality, blue, water, nourishment, irrigation, and mixed cards that contain the above elements. Brendel furrowed his brows. He had never noticed this problem before. The Shire had mentioned a similar problem to him before, and he mentioned a special case, which was the white spell card that did not require any magic cards. Next, we enter the second stage of the day, from the morning to the scorching sun, which is from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Not only do the people of Modatanya call this time of the day the flourishing of all things, but the wizards and witches also call this time of the day the ebb tide. This is because this is the moment when the power of the sun is at its strongest and the power of the moon is at its weakest, which is also the time when magic is at its weakest. Magic and elements decrease and increase, so this is the time when the elements are the most active and aggressive. Thus, planeswalkers call this stage the flourishing stage. This is the only stage where planeswalkers can use any cards without any restrictions. At the same time, they can also draw 3 cards from their deck and put them into their hand. Wait, Brando was stunned. What does this mean? This is the rule of planeswalkers. At the beginning of each day, a planeswalker can only use a fixed number of cards in their hand. They may be able to draw more cards than this limit, but during the reset stage of the day, they must discard these cards that exceed this limit. And we call this fixed number of cards of fate the hand. On the other hand, the stronger a planeswalker is, the more cards he can control. For example, as a new planeswalker, you can only control 5 cards in your hand. Do I have to choose the cards in my hand? Brando asked. No, the cards in your hand will be drawn by you from the designated deck. Like me, my card will be all in one with the power of the 6 elements, so the rule divides my deck into 6 equal parts, so I have 6 decks. Tumen replied. Brando frowned, but if that's the case, the uncertainty increases a lot. Then, if I only control a few powerful cards and discard the useless ones, wouldn't I be able to freely maintain the strength of my cards at the same level? In theory, yes, but this is not the ultimate goal of a planeswalker. Tumen shook his head. Ultimate goal? You know that after the level 3 power system, some people can activate their elemental powers and become extremely powerful. But you may not know, but after activating your elemental powers, the next stage of power is the perfect body. From iron to gold, the final step is to pursue the existence of power that only exists in legends. You know, fire is an element. Its highest level is the fire element, because the fire element is the origin of all flames in this world. But in fact, there has always been a rumor that above the fire element, there is an even higher level element, which we call matter. Like matter, time, space, and even logic, power itself, these elements that represent the deepest meaning of the world, we call them the power of existence. Brando stared at Tumen, speechless for a moment. Of course, he knew about the perfect body, because he had already experienced this stage in the past game, level 130, silver body. He had also heard of the power of existence, but it was rumored that after players reached level 160 and completed the golden body, their EXP would stop increasing. No one knew which final hurdle to break through to reach the power of existence, which was only one step away. However, none of them had expected that such a path actually existed. You mean, he could not help but ask, planeswalkers can finally reach the power of existence? Tumen nodded and pointed at the cards. When you perfect your world, when this rule can be self-consistent, the door to the power of existence will open. Of course, before that, you have a long way to go. Tumen seemed to have noticed Brando's interest and continued, start by building your most basic deck. What do I have to do? Brando asked subconsciously. Actually, from the moment you came into contact with the first card of fate, you had already revealed your own deck. But I'm a little curious, your deck is different from any I've seen before. It seems to represent a huge class system through the deck. I don't understand why you're interested in the class system, and this idea of all-class domination, what does that mean? Tumen thought for a moment and asked, puzzled. When Brando heard this, he could not help but sweat profusely. When he first came into contact with the cards of fate, he was still Sophie's soul. As a professional player, of course, he instinctively wanted to take up a powerful class. Most players had the dream of taking up all classes, but he did not expect the cards of fate to capture that dream. Only now did he realize what the opening of the knight's path meant. Damn! Brando screamed in his heart. If the cards were a manifestation of the world, could it really be all-class domination this time? P.S. I've just returned from tomb sweeping, so I won't be home for the next 2 days. I'll start updating tomorrow and make up for the words I missed last week. This chapter is about 7,000 words, so I won't split it into chapters to avoid inconvenience. Sigh, I'll just complain. Back in my hometown, other people eat meat and drink wine, but I'll just sit at the table and watch a table full of vegetables and porridge. Damn, this year was so miserable. I want to die when I hear about food. Because I didn't have much time, I wrote this chapter yesterday and today. I'm not used to using a notebook, and I don't have any information on hand, so I don't know if there's any problem. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support legal reading. Chapter 126. Standing at the pinnacle of all professions, this was indeed a path of transcendence. But how do I become a planeswalker? Brando asked the key question. As soon as Tumen stopped, all the drafts he had prepared vanished into thin air. The last person he met was a Templar knight named Gironda. He tried his best to persuade the young man to give up his faith and join the ranks of planeswalkers. So Tumen was well prepared this time, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Brando seemed to have agreed. Of course, Tumen did not understand the difference between the mentality of a player who pursued higher and stronger power and the heart of a knight. Of course, to be able to find a qualified successor, Tumen was still very happy. He was not Tumen, but a message left behind by the talented planeswalker. When he completed this task, it meant that his thousands of years of mission could finally come to an end. So he immediately replied, to become a planeswalker, you must first have your own territory in Uz. I told you before, Uz is a world called Infinity in Mediterranean mythology. This world is filled with countless strange half-planes. You have to tap the land card in your hand for the first time and establish your first territory. Tumen's tone changed. This is the first territory of your kingdom. On its foundation, build your strong castle and summon your loyal knight. Build the first deck in your hand. From this moment on, you are a planeswalker who controls an independent world. Brando listened with fascination and could not help but ask, can I try? Tumen nodded, of course you can. I remember that you already have a land card. That is your most original capital. But the key is how you are going to build your first deck. Then how should I build my first deck? Brando asked again. He knew nothing about the game system and had never heard of it. At this time, he could only calm down and be a good student. But he could not help but wonder if the existence of planeswalkers was unique to this world, or had it never been discovered in the Amber Sword? But when he found the card in Gironda's tomb, it was not difficult. What made him discover it, but others did not? Brando thought that there must be some kind of opportunity. But he had not found it yet, and could only quietly listen to Tumen's explanation. To build your own deck, you must first understand the cards of fate. Apart from the card system, the cards of fate can be divided into several categories. The first category is creatures, including characters, heroes, beasts, monsters, and even dragons. When you show this card, the summoned creatures will appear from the card. They have different attributes, different strengths and weaknesses, and some even have abilities. Tumen replied. I already know about that, Brendel replied, like the Shire, and the wind spirit spiders? Yes. Then what about the second category? The second category is spells and abilities. The types of spells are determined by the colors of the cards. Red, green, blue, gray, cyan, gold, black, white, and red attack, gray for protection, blue for changeable, and black for mystery. The different colors of the cards not only determine the attributes of the spells, but also determine when they can be released. Among them, except for the white and cyan cards, which can be cast at any time and under any condition, most of the others have their own requirements. Similar to energy loss? Tumen nodded. The third category is treasures. The treasures must be white. The treasures' characteristics are that they must be attached to a medium when they enter the field. This medium can be the planeswalker himself, or the summoned creatures of the planeswalker, or even a barrier. Barrier? This is the fourth category of cards, barriers. Barriers have both the characteristics of spells and the characteristics of the field. Barriers cannot be moved, but they are powerful. The fifth category is called resources. Resource cards are very similar to land cards. They can be attached to both barriers and land cards. Resource cards are another source of strength for planeswalkers. Many high-level card decks require the support of resource cards. Then there is the sixth category, ritual cards. These are special cards, but as you gradually advance from a low-level planeswalker to a high-level planeswalker, you will gradually come into contact with these cards. The seventh category is events. This is another special card. There are many types of event cards, and they can be triggered and completed to achieve the effect on the card. At this point, he reminded Brando, event cards are a special type of consumable card. They can only be used once or more. They will not enter the graveyard, but will completely disappear. Tumen talked for a long time, but he did not ask Brando to memorize the last few special cards. He said that as a planeswalker's strength increased, he would slowly discover and understand these cards. There was no need to fully understand them in the beginning. In the end, he replied, therefore, a planeswalker's deck is actually a combination of these different types of cards. By summoning creatures, casting spells, building barriers, and forming a complete set of offensive and defensive strategies. But here, you can't order them to be arranged. Because the core rules will form a deck for you according to an idea in your heart, as we mentioned before. Tumen looked at Brando and asked, so, what do you think? So that's how it is. Brando felt a burst of excitement. He could almost imagine that once a deck was formed, he would almost have a whole new set of abilities. The most exciting thing was that this set of abilities did not need to take up any extra experience. It was equivalent to adding another profession to the original profession. If it was in the Amber Sword, it would not be described as strong, it would be super strong. Brando suddenly felt a surge of impulse in his heart. He answered subconsciously, since it describes a profession, then this set of cards will naturally manifest the original meaning of a profession. My first deck is at a knight. A knight must first have a squire, and this is the creature card of this deck. There are also his warhorse and equipment, and this is the treasure card. Then, there are the skills that make up the core of this class, and this is the magic card. Finally, his territory, castle, and income, this is the barrier card and the resource card. It was as if there was a thought in his mind that drove him to speak out these thoughts. In the end, even he was surprised, because he did not expect himself to say these words. He only thought about it briefly in his mind. Tumen was not surprised, he just smiled slightly. In fact, he was smiling as he looked at Brando's every word. A card appeared between the two of them, floating in midair. The first card was the Grey Earth/Water hybrid card, Highland Squire, that had already entered the graveyard. The other card was a green wind element card, named Mercenaries of Lopez. The card was painted in a colorful style with a group of soldiers holding a swallow-tailed flag with a horn emblem on it. They were dressed differently, most of them holding crossbows, battle axes, and shields. The description of the card was Mercenaries of Lopez, Alliance of the City 11, Wind 8 Mana 14, Creature, Human Mercenary, Level 15 Creature, place a team of 12 Mercenaries of Lopez into the field. Maintenance cost, when any Mercenary of Lopez placed on this card is on the field, pay 2 wealth per day. Since the year 172 of the First Era, the Mercenaries of Lopez have been known for their bravery and loyalty. When Brando talked about warhorses and equipment, 3 cards appeared. They were Holy Sword, Golden Battle Flag, and Silver Colt. When Brando talked about skills, 2 cards named Sun Blade and Sprint Drive, *, appeared one by one. When he talked about territories, castles, and income, the last card named Rich Gold Mine appeared out of thin air. Brando of course saw these cards. He was very surprised, but he could not stop himself from talking. When he finished, he let out a long sigh and asked in surprise, "What's going on?" "Other than your own Holy Sword and Highland Squire, the rest are the wealth I left for you." Tumen replied unhurriedly, "When you involuntarily reveal your deck, these corresponding cards will be removed from my deck and come to your hand. They will be the most basic components of your first deck. Of course, you may continue to improve your knight deck in the future, but no matter what, these cards in your hand are the foundation for you to walk the path of a planeswalker from now on." Brando looked at the cards and swallowed his saliva. This was a big harvest. He thought back to the auction where he spent a lot of effort to get a wind spirit spider that was not very useful. He did not expect to get 6 cards in one go, and some of them were obviously stronger than the wind spirit spider. He could not help but ask in a somewhat unrealistic manner, "These are all mine, and then what?" Then of course, you have to tap the land cards to establish your territory, so that your deck can be supported. But I have to remind you about the relationship between a deck and a territory. A deck of cards could receive support from multiple territories, but a territory could only support one deck of cards. That is to say, different card decks have their own dedicated cards to support them. Don't expect a territory to support a card deck. A complete card deck often requires a large territory system to support it. Tumen answered seriously. So you need to collect more land cards and resource cards. They are the foundation of your strength. Brando nodded. Then let's start building your territory. Tumen continued, "Now take out your hidden grounds of the sacred tree and show it." Brando did as he said. When he showed the card and tapped it, he saw a flash of green light in front of his eyes. However, he immediately realized that it was a soul-stirring green color that spread out in his spiritual world. The green color extended in all directions and gradually formed a lush and vibrant emerald forest. A tall and mysterious oak tree stood in the middle of the forest, in a pool. That was the hidden grounds of the sacred tree. Brando then understood what the words on the card meant. Tapping it to create a forest meant. So this was a territory. He could clearly feel the connection between the forest and his spiritual world. He could see the forest as long as he willed it. But the forest was not in front of him. It was not even in the same world. Brando could feel the distance in his heart. It was a special feeling, as if it was both intimate and distant. Brando could not help but look up at Tumen with a surprised expression. After so many years in the Amber Sword, nothing could surprise him. Or at most, he was excited, but definitely not surprised. Not to mention, there was a sense of surprise and a hint of anticipation like this moment. This kind of feeling was really pleasurable for him. This land card is very mature in the basic land. You can see that it is very large, and the edge of the territory has taken shape. This is a very advanced territory. It can provide you with 2 natural elements and 1 water element every day when you tap it. But in the future, you will encounter some special lands or even legendary lands. These land cards will have much more powerful territories than the basic land. Tumen replied, however, when you tap the land card, you lose the benefits of the resource card and barrier card attached to it even though you've absorbed mana and elemental elements. What do you mean? Brando was stunned. First, look at the cards you draw from the deck. The moment you establish your territory, you are already a qualified planeswalker. Your deck will automatically enter the deck, and the cards you change every day will also enter your hand. Brando opened his hand, and 4 cards appeared in his palm. They were Holy Sword, Mercenary of Lopez, Rich Gold Mine, and Sprint Drive. Look at the description of Rich Gold Mine. Tumen was like a teacher teaching a student as he patiently guided him. The young man glanced at the attributes and immediately understood what Tumen meant. Rich Gold Mine, Alliance of the City 7, Land 2, Resources, Mine Wealth, attach a rich gold mine to a land tile, not tapped. Gain 4 wealth. Gold in the stone. Do you understand? Tumen asked, no matter if it's a resource card, a spell card, or a creature card, any card of fate can only be used once a day until between 10:00 at night and 2:00 the next day. This is the reset phase of the day, and the cards used the day before will be reset. At this time, the resource cards attached to the land card will return to the deck and wait for the next deployment. Brando nodded again. He felt that he had not nodded so many times in the past month. In front of Freya and the Roman, he was a mysterious young knight from the Karsuk Highlands who knew almost everything. But in front of Tumen, he was only a primary school student. Another thing I want to remind you is that in the reset phase of the day, all cards of fate that have exceeded the limit of your hand or have been tapped, except creature cards that are maintained on the field, will be shuffled back to the deck. Then, in the next phase, maintenance phase, you will pay the cost of maintaining the creature cards, and if you do not have enough cards, you will have to make up for it. At this point, Tumen suddenly stopped talking. His expression changed, and he patted Brando on the shoulder, saying, "It seems that this is the end for this time. Your enemies have come knocking on your door. Of course, I don't want you to die as soon as you take over as my successor. Now that you are a qualified planeswalker, use your resources to deal with them." Brando was shocked, and only then did he realize that he still had many troublesome enemies in the outside world. The 2 soldiers from the silver-winged cavalry were easy to deal with, but the mysterious gold-ranked swordsman was a deadly enemy. Although Tumen kept saying that he could easily deal with these people as a planeswalker, Brando still did not understand where this ease came from. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly opened his eyes, and found that he was still in the same position of grabbing the mana potion not long ago, and the surrounding scenery had not changed at all. It was still a small room at the back of the small auction house that was in a mess. Everything that had happened before was like a dream. Elemental Emperor Tumen, the cards of fate, the planeswalker, everything seemed to exist in an illusion. But Brando knew that all of this was not an illusion, because he was still holding the cards in his hand. But the current situation did not allow him to think too much, because he could already hear footsteps almost outside the door. Brando immediately pulled out the card named Mercenary of Lopez from the 4 cards, and then grabbed the mana potion on the table and drank it in one gulp. At this moment, he had 6 wind EP in his elemental pool, 11 wind elemental crystals in his hand, and 15 mana in his mana pool. It was more than enough to use this card. Brando did not hesitate, and immediately displayed the card. 12 summoning circles immediately appeared in the room. Therefore, the 2 silver-winged cavalry regiments would never have guessed that when they burst open the door, there would be 7 crossbows, 2 swords, and 3 axes held to their necks in the small room behind them. Above Martha, these armed bandits looked like characters from a drama. They had curly beards, and wore brightly colored clothes. They even had a layer of inlaid leather armor and a long cloak, and each of them held a round shield. The 2 soldiers could not help but widen their eyes. They did not know Brando's identity, but they were subconsciously following orders. Terst told them that Brando was a fugitive, and they naturally thought so. But now, the two soldiers were completely stunned. These damn bandits dressed like that, did they think that they were the legendary mercenary of Lopez? That hateful young man was sitting in the middle of these bandits, and he looked at them with a prepared expression. P.S. I've been busy for the past 2 days. Everyone should understand that this chapter is the same as the previous one. Because it involves the core setting of the book and the main character's future path, it is not suitable to be separated into chapters, so it's better to combine them together. Also, I'll replenish the cards for today. When I have more cards in the future, I'll create a dedicated deck. Golden Battle Flag, Alliance of States I, Gold, Light 5, Treasure, Mystical Item, Magical Item. When the Golden Battle Flag is on the field, all creatures on the field will level up by 1, and gain the corresponding ability. The blood of the Bullyman family has never run dry. Silver Horse, Legendary Splendor V, White, Mana 10, Treasure, Mystical Item, Mythical Item, Level 7 Creature. The Silver Horse has the ability to float. Made of Mithril. White Sun Blade, Legendary Splendor 3, Gold, Light 5, Spell, Instant. Instantly deals 75 holy damage to the target, or instantly destroys the undead, level 40 creature or below. A golden light shines from the sword. Parallel Charge, Alliance of States 12, Gray, Earth 2, Spell, Instant. Choose 2 summoned creatures on the field and grant them the ability to share damage and strength. The best tactic is to work together. Consul Zabu, to be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 127. The battle was over before it even started. Brando ordered the mercenaries of Lopez to toss the 2 unconscious silver-winged cavalry soldiers to a corner of the room. Then, he realized that the swordsman might have already caught up to him. He clutched his left shoulder. The wound from the sword was still burning. With his current strength, even the slightest hesitation in front of a gold-tier ranked 1 swordsman would be fatal. This was not like the battle with the Crusader Executioner or the White Knight Ebden. With a difference of almost 20 times, the effect of experience was negligible. In other words, if Terst went all out, Brando wouldn't even be able to catch his movements. He wiped his sweaty, throbbing forehead and could not help but feel suspicious. Even though he did not know what the other party was up to, the fact that they targeted him as soon as they met made Brando wary. He wondered if the swordsman was an assassin from the All for One because the only organization he had ever offended was this organization. But it didn't seem like it. All for One was low-key and secretive. Even if they wanted to take revenge, they wouldn't choose to do it in such a public place like the auction. Unless they were in cahoots with Madara. But that would be even more ridiculous. All for One worshipped chaos and were the secret followers of the Twilight Dragon. How could they be in cahoots with the Order of the Darkness, Madara? Brando shook his head to clear the messy thoughts in his mind. He pointed to his subordinates and said, "The 6 of you, split up and run." The most important thing right now was to think of a way to stay alive. He gave the order, but immediately felt that it was unnecessary. Brando immediately had the urge to call them back, but after some thought, he decided against it. It was better to be safe than sorry. After all, there wouldn't be much of a difference whether they were there or not. In the Amber Sword, if he could summon 12 iron-ranked warriors at his level, it would definitely be a very satisfying thing. But in this cold and unfeeling real world, there was a level 3 swordsman who seemed to be looking for trouble with him. This made him a little uneasy. Those who had unlocked the 3rd level of power would have an average strength of at least 100 ounces. Brando thought that since the opponent was a swordsman who rarely used thin swords, then he must have walked the path of elven swordsmanship. If he had more than 120 ounces of agility, then his reflex speed would be 23 times that of a normal person, and his burst speed would be 47 times. With the support of such an ability, the opponent could reach a speed of more than 700 km per hour in a straight line, which was more than double the maximum speed of a Formula One car. It was even close to the speed of the earlier generation of jet fighters. His physique was strong enough to support him moving forward at this speed, offset the resistance wall, and the pressure on his internal organs. According to the Amber Sword's calculation method, a character with 120-ounce dexterity would have a constitution of at least 60-ounce dexterity. Such a person's skin alone would have a defense comparable to more than 200 millimeters of tilted armor. Brando thought about what kind of damage one of his most powerful attacks, Wind Bullet, could do to a 200 millimeters inclined steel plate. At most, it would be a dent. In other words, a level 3 swordsman was almost a humanoid monster. Brando couldn't help but wonder if he would fly out and crash through the auction house if he were to exchange blows with such a person. If he wanted to, such a guy could search the entire auction house in a few dozen seconds, so even if he sent out all 12 of them, it would only delay him for a few seconds at most. A few seconds was nothing to him, but for the opponent, it was enough to kill him back and forth several times. Brando took a deep breath. He thought that since he came to this world, everything was still within the scope of his plan. He had been careful to avoid the existence of these high-level people. In the whole process of the adventure, the only flaw could be said to be that he accidentally provoked all for one, but he had also been careful to avoid the other party's gaze. But no matter how much he thought about it, he would never think that it was just a coincidence. He turned back to pull out the sword of the soldier, and then turned back to look at the door. The remaining mercenaries of Lopez had sealed off the corridor, and the messy space in the corridor seemed to have been sucked dry of air, and it was filled with a dry and dead silence. This dead silence was unsettling. Brendel displayed the Holy Sword card. It spread its snow-white wings, and a huge sword with mysterious golden patterns appeared behind his back. This was the third time he displayed this card, and the power of honor surging on the sword seemed to be reflected into his body, as if he could destroy walls with a flick of his finger. But Brando understood that this was an illusion caused by suddenly gaining a huge amount of power. In fact, the Holy Sword card only compensated for his attack power, allowing him to enter the silver level in a certain aspect. But this power only gave him the comfort of being able to hurt his opponent. In fact, he understood that if they really fought, he might not be able to catch the opponent's movement and would be pierced through the throat. Of course, everything was not always the case, and Brando thought that he was not completely without a chance. At this time, he finally heard a few screams coming from the corridor, and the mercenaries of Lopez card that was maintained in the secret ground of the Holy Tree instantly dimmed by half. Brando's heart tightened, and he looked up, just in time to see the silver-haired young noble slowly coming out from the corner. The man was wearing a short black cloak, and one of his hands was hooked around the hilt of a thin sword. The crystal-like sword had a few traces of blood on it. Brando recognized the sword, Crystal Scorpion's Sting. In the Amber Sword, this sword's damage was not even in the top of the list of weapons above level 60, but the toughness and strength of the sword itself was one of the best. He remembered when he was still a hothead, he once heard a veteran say that if someone was used to using this kind of sword, at least it meant that he was very confident in his own strength. Brando did not dare to fully believe that, but from the way this young man acted, he did seem to be someone who was confident in his own strength. While he was dealing with Terst, the noble swordsman was also looking at him with his glassy purple eyes. The silver-haired young man's gaze first fell on the shadow of the holy sword behind Brando's back. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and then his gaze swept across the others. They were all iron-ranked fighters, and this young man had some strength, but in Terst's opinion, it was not a problem. At this time, since showing his fangs would be a deterrent, it was better to keep them. Terst sheathed his sword and smiled. It was a smile as sweet as a woman's. The young man raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Where have I seen you before?" Brando did not know what the young man was up to, but he could only force himself to be calm. He smiled disdainfully and went straight to the point, "Naturally, because about a minute ago, you stabbed me in the shoulder. And before that, I'm sure I've never seen you before, sir." Terst replied with a hint of annoyance. As he replied, he quietly opened his status panel. Rows of data flowed down like water and appeared in front of him. First was the free experience, 4730. After the series of battles, his experience reserve had once again increased. Not only did the Elemental Revelation Scroll save him nearly 2,000 experience, he also skipped the series of quests to open the elemental pool. This was too important for him, who was pressed for time. At this time, Turst shook his head without the slightest hint of anger. No, that was even earlier. I'm sure I've seen you at the cavalry headquarters. Cavalry headquarters. That's right. Who are you? Rendell suddenly realized something, but when he thought about it, he relaxed instead. He let out a sigh of relief and looked at him calmly. My name is Turst, this is the name I gave myself. It means Tirid in the ancient language of the Crew's people, meaning resistance. Turst smiled. If you're asking for my identity, I'm the deputy of the Silver-Winged Cavalry's commander, the third-rank sergeant major of the White Mane Army, Viscount Manowar of the Kingdom of Erewhon. But compared to these tedious titles, I still prefer my name. It's simple, but it's filled with the meaning of sacrifice. Brando rarely saw a person who could boast about his own name with such a smile, but now he had seen one. So it's him. Brando suddenly understood. Could it be that what they did in the Grey Rat Tribe streets was exposed? But that was unlikely, unless it was Cripple who sold them out. But would Cripple have the guts to do that? Brando shook his head and forced himself to calm down. He did not want to be caught red-handed. Viscount Turst. The illegitimate son of Duke Grenoires, Viscount Turst of the Manowar region. Such a person was not too conspicuous in Erewhon's short history, but he was not as unknown as a commoner. Brando's impression of him stopped at the tragic love story between him and a female bard. Of course, that was something that happened later. But Brando knew this person's personality. This Viscount was a person who appeared to be open-minded and eclectic, but his heart was so meticulous that it was close to being inflexible. Brando once suspected that Turst was the deputy of the Silver-Winged Cavalry's commander, Medshk, and that he might be involved with the Unifying Guild. And this person's whereabouts were mysterious, which proved this point. But when he first met this Viscount Turst, he could not help but be taken aback. Turst did not look like a person who had been oppressed and ostracized for a long period of time. Turst's face was calm, and perhaps he did not have good intentions. But this kind of malice was very calm, and did not make people think of words like fake or hypocrite. Turst's smile was like a beautiful venomous snake. Even though he knew it was dangerous, he still felt calm and graceful. Turst held his sword in a scabbard that looked like a walking stick. The meaning of this threat was obvious. But the silver-haired young man seemed to be saying, there's something between you and me that needs to be settled. I won't rule out the possibility of stabbing you with my sword, but other than that, there's nothing we can't talk about. It was as if this kind of person did not care about life and death. He had his own attitude and goals. Seeing this, Brando knew that he would not be able to find any flaws in this person. But when he was still Sophie, he had a stubborn personality, or else he would not have fought with Madara for 10 years. That was why he calmed down and smiled coldly. I don't remember offending you before, Viscount. Turst's purple eyes flashed. He always felt that this young man was not simple. Turst had made a sudden move, and the fact that a low iron-ranked swordsman was able to escape was enough to prove that he was capable. But now, he was even more certain of this. It was a simple sentence, but it was both a counterattack and a trap. Turst seemed to have grasped his personality. The silver-haired young man suddenly felt a little awkward. He could not help but rub his nose. Of course, he did not want to be led by the nose, but he could not pretend that he did not hear anything. His confidence did not allow him to do so. Well said, but not everything in this world is given a choice. He replied. Brando narrowed his eyes slightly. Turst's first soft approach was followed by a hard one. It seemed that things were not going as well as he thought. But it was impossible for him to hand Amandina over to Turst. As he thought about it, he secretly allocated all his experience to the mercenary class. The mercenary class immediately jumped past level 11 and 12, and his total level reached level 20 for the first time. At the same time, his strength broke through the double digits for the first time, reaching 10 points. Even though it was not enough for Turst, it was still considered a mid-level iron-ranked fighter. What are you trying to say? He suppressed the power of the holy sword with one hand. His palm was sweaty, but his expression was calm as he asked. Let's get straight to the point. What is your relationship with the Redo? Turst seemed to have noticed Brando's small movements, but he did not say anything. Instead, he asked calmly. Turst's attitude made Brando even more nervous. As an experienced warrior, Brando could almost see Turst's path of attack from every direction, and he could not help but break out in cold sweat. This Turst looks like he doesn't care, but he's actually very cautious of me. But he was more surprised by Turst's question. In fact, Brando's expression almost changed when he heard this question. Fortunately, he was a veteran, and his mental fortitude was not just for show. It was only then that he calmed down and exhaled without leaving a trace. He asked in return, "What Leto?" Brando acted as if he did not know anything, but his heart was in a perilous situation. Which faction did Turst ask him this question from? The nobles? The White Mane Army? Or the Unifying Guild? All of them were possible, but none of them were supported by the core evidence. But the problem was, how much did they know? Brando forced himself to stare into Turst's eyes. This was his specialty. He had fooled many top players in Madara in the game, but it seemed to have lost its effect this time. Turst did not find any clues from the youth's actions, but it was precisely because of this that his suspicions were raised. He smiled. Your answer doesn't mean much to me. To me, killing you is the easiest way. But your performance has made me appreciate your talent. I don't mind what you say, but you know that it doesn't mean anything to me. Turst looked at him with his glassy purple eyes and smiled. You're Brando, right? I only have one question for you. Are you willing to join us? Brando wanted to play dumb and ask, you? However, he couldn't help but gulp when he saw the other party's hand on the sword and the pitch-black ringed serpent on his finger. He knew that Turst was giving him an ultimatum. He had to either agree or report to Lady Martha. But joining the Unifying Guild was a torment for Brando. In his previous life, the Unifying Guild was second only to Madara. And that was not the most important thing. Brando knew that once he joined this notorious organization, he would be branded with their mark for life. This was not the path he wanted to take. As long as he was not at a dead end, he would not even consider this path. But joining the Unifying Guild and Turst's sword, he had to choose a side. Brando could not help but stop his actions. Dead silence. P.S. Shouldn't a patient be resting after visiting his family and friends every day? My word count is a bit low these few days, but I'll try my best to make up for it after I'm done with my work. Chapter 128. Brando sat on the chair and faced Turst. He looked hesitant, but his mind was clear. It seemed that All for One was suspecting his relationship with Red Copper Dragon, Leto and his gang. Although he didn't know how this guy recognized him, at least some news still reached these people's ears. And the timing was much earlier than he had expected. Brando knew that the main goal of these villains was to overthrow authority. The country, the royal family, and the government were all their enemies. Their interest in Redo's group was probably because All for One was interested in their influence among the refugees gathered in the south of Brags. He couldn't help but smile. If that was the case, he knew that he had won. The Viscount from the Manowar region had his life as the bargaining chip, and the bargaining chip in his hand was the people's hearts that All for One wanted to control. It was hard to say which was more important. But with Brendel's experience in the Amber Sword, he would not show his price on his face like a rash newbie. He knew that his advantage was that he had the Viscount's trump card. So he wouldn't give up this advantage so easily. Thinking of this, Brando smiled and took the initiative to lower his stance. Well, you win. Or rather, your sword wins. Lord Viscount of Manowar, Mr. Turst, I've never met you before. Since you're so sure that I'm related to the red copper dragon, Leto, why don't we get straight to the point? You want me to join you, but I'm sure that's not the end of it." As he spoke, he secretly gestured to his summoned creatures to be on the lookout. It was a small trick. Brando knew that his actions couldn't be hidden from the Viscount, but it didn't matter. Planeswalkers and their summoned creatures had a spiritual connection. Brando just wanted to let the Viscount see it. Gestures could send the right message, but they could also send the wrong message. After receiving Brando's order, the two mercenaries standing behind the young noble immediately gestured to the others. They took out their battle axes and quietly approached the door. These warriors were summoned from the card and represented the concept of the mercenaries of Lopez. They had all the strengths of the legendary mercenaries: unity, bravery, loyalty, and excellent tactical skills. Terst had one hand on his rapier. His attention was mainly on Brando, but he didn't let go of the others. When the mercenaries moved, his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. These mercenaries were as strong as the rumors said. No wonder they could kill their way out of Madara's army. Brando's misdirection immediately took effect, and Terst couldn't help but fall into a trap. From this, he was even more certain that the young man in front of him was related to the mercenaries. Moreover, it was very likely that he was the rumored leader hiding behind the scenes. Terst's guess. But the problem was that it was just a guess. While Terst continued to believe in his hypothesis, Brando didn't say anything useful. The basis of the conversation was that Brando was the leader of the Redos group. If Terst woke up from his self-confidence, he would have realized that Brando's words didn't support his hypothesis at all. It was just that Brendel had taken advantage of the Viscount's confidence to turn the tables in the previous confrontation without leaving a trace. Brando looked at Terst nervously, afraid that the Viscount would object or even stab him with his rapier. But in the end, he let out a sigh of relief. At least some of the rumors in the Amber Sword were credible. The Viscount was indeed a smart and self-centered person. Terst did not have Brendel's ability to manipulate people's minds like he was using a cheat code. Instead, he smiled with a hint of approval in his purple glassy eyes. The fact that the Viscount was willing to admit his identity was a sign of sincerity. The Unifying Guild didn't mind promising generous terms as long as they were absolutely loyal. "You're not wrong. So, what do you think we should do?" The young noble put down his rapier and asked calmly. Brando secretly broke out in cold sweat. This guy is really hard to deal with. He grabbed the armrest of the chair and replied without batting an eyelid, "I think any normal person in this position would want to know what this person is trying to do. You know, there are tens of thousands of refugees south of Braggs, and the nobles are slow to react. These people are like a barrel of gunpowder, ready to explode at any moment." "Well said," Terst praised. "What's your goal?" "What goal do I have? I just want to find a place to farm and upgrade my base." Brando rolled his eyes in his mind. He didn't know how to answer the question, so he slyly asked, "What is your goal?" "Whatever the Unifying Guild can do, I will do." Terst smiled and replied politely. There were not many people who knew about the Krite Ring of All for One and the real constitution of the organization, but there were many who had heard of the name of the organization. In fact, the Unifying Guild's notorious name had already spread throughout the Abyssal Sea. They had caused several tragedies in several places, and every time they were mentioned, people would turn pale. However, compared to how the commoners described the Unifying Guild as the incarnation of the devil, in the eyes of the nobles, the members of the Unifying Guild were more like venomous snakes that reeked of sulfur. This was because the actions of the Unifying Guild's members were intolerable to any traditional organization. They represented the most primitive form of evil. Brando naturally understood this point. However, he pretended to be understanding and laughed, "So, in general, we are not on the same side. However, on this matter, we can reach an agreement." His answer didn't match his thoughts. Terst turned around to look at the other mercenaries, but they all looked indifferent. He believed in his eyes, even the slightest change in expression couldn't escape his observation. This meant that the young man's followers didn't disagree with his words, which meant that Brando wasn't lying about something. Of course, if Terst knew that these were just Brando's summons, he would have wanted to kill himself with a piece of tofu. Of course, that was if tofu existed in this world. However, he still didn't understand what Brando meant. What do you mean? The best way to deceive others is to make them listen to what they want to hear. It's not that profound, but it's said that beautiful women are good at deceiving others. The best way to deceive others is to make them listen to what they want to hear. It's not that profound, but people say that beautiful women are good at deceiving others. His senior leader was one of the top beauties in the Amber Sword, so her words couldn't be that simple, right? As he thought about these irrelevant things, he cleared up his thoughts. To put it simply, you're going against this country, and so am I. But you're idealists, and I'm ambitious. It's that simple. He replied half-truthfully. Idealists. Terst's impression of him changed. Looks like we're not on the same side, but I understand what you're trying to say. You don't want to join us, and instead, you want to rope us in. But All for One doesn't need allies. He rubbed the hilt of his sword with his thumb. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? If you kill this dying country, you'll only lose one of its many spies. It's not a big deal. But as long as I'm alive, you might be able to get help from me. Of course, it won't be for free. Brando replied from his chair. But you should know that All for One's job isn't to build a new kingdom from the ashes. Terst smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. That's my job. When the old system collapses, a new one will have to build on its corpse. You should know that this is inevitable. It had to be said that Brando was quite talented to be able to lie without batting an eyelid. How bold of you. The young noble couldn't help but clap his hands. Erewhon has gathered forces from all over the place, and the nobles there are scheming to gain more independence. But I'm sure they didn't expect a young man like you to spout such nonsense. Let me ask you, what do you plan to use to replace the centuries of House Corvado's rule? Brando smiled confidently, but it couldn't hide his lack of confidence. However, Terst did not expect that the person in front of him was just a bluff, and his first impression was the strongest. Gamblers don't have the confidence to win. When the reward is high enough, the only thing left is courage. You should know that risk has never been tested in the hands of a fugitive. Brando's expression didn't change as he replied with a merchant's proverb. If the Roman were here, he would have wholeheartedly agreed with this saying, but she didn't have a systematic understanding of it. She was like a curious little animal that relied on her instincts to detect danger. But if that's the case, aren't we doing something useless? Terst crossed his arms and leaned forward. The we he spoke of was none other than All for One. All for One's goal was to return to chaos, but Brando clearly told him that order was always in a cycle of destruction and self-improvement. Do you think I would do something that doesn't benefit me? He asked. When a country falls into civil strife, civilization will decline. Isn't that your goal? Brando used his unparalleled understanding of All for One to hit the nail on the head. Terst's expression changed slightly. Seems like you know us well. I know all my potential friends and enemies. Brando replied with a double entendre. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as he understood that success or failure depended on this. On the other hand, the Viscount from Manowar couldn't help but fall into deep thought for the first time. His condescending attitude was long gone, and for the first time, he felt that this young man wasn't as simple as he thought. He didn't believe Brando's words at all. However, Brando's confidence attracted his attention. Terst's hand was on his sword hilt, and he knew that most of the cases in history had proven that allowing a tiger to return to the mountains was a disaster. But what threat could this young man pose to him? Actually, I have another question. Have you ever been to Pine Castle? Terst raised his head and asked out of curiosity. Brando's expression changed. He was worried that Terst would find out that he was the one who killed the high-ranking member of All for One in Pine Castle. Although he had a natural advantage of being a Black Iron-ranked fighter, it was hard for others to suspect him. However, the world wasn't absolute. He didn't pay attention to the ring when he killed the man, and the members of All for One were able to sense his presence. Before he could finish his thoughts, Turst's sword was already thrusting towards him. He found out? Brando felt a chill in his heart. He instinctively activated charge, but immediately suppressed the urge to counterattack. That was because he was able to see Turst's sword clearly after his speed increased by tenfold. Normal people wouldn't be as familiar with the direction of a sword as Brando was, but he could tell that Turst was probing him. Sure enough, the cold gleaming sword pierced into the back of the chair beside him with a "chi" sound. Brando couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Middle iron ranked, Turst muttered in a barely audible voice, frowning, "Looks like he's not that trash's match." But strange, what a coincidence. In this room, only Brando and Turst understood what he was talking about. Brando didn't say a word, but he was cursing Turst in his mind for doubting his strength. Turst sheathed his sword and looked at the young man. "How much trouble can you cause for the nobles of Braggs in the near future?" he asked. "If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Chapter 129. Chaos? Badam sat on a thick tree stump. It was probably an elm or beech tree, a common tree in Grenoires. He sneezed as he stepped on the roots of the tree. The veteran mercenary rubbed his nose and raised his head in disbelief. There was an abandoned lumber mill in the outskirts of Braggs, and there were sparse tree stumps at the edge of the forest. Most of the lumber came from the upper reaches of the Pine River, and the people here stopped the drifting logs and processed them. A corner of the lumber mill was hidden behind a pine forest not far away, and only the corner of the building could be seen from this direction. It was close to the time when the first moon rose, and the first wave of magic. The Matatanians called it the slumber of all things. Planeswalkers could only use blue, black, gray, green, and white cards during this period. Usually, they would set up defenses and prepare for a counterattack. When the silver crescent moon appeared in the sky above the pine forest, Brando saw the last few birds flapping their wings as they flew through the shadows of the forest. Then, there was silence, and only the sounds of owls could be heard. The city of Brugloss was already far to the north. Standing at the edge of the forest and looking towards the north, along the gray hills in the north, there was a bright light, as if the stars in the sky had fallen on the dark earth, forming a dazzling net of pearls. The lights were brilliant. Brando was not unfamiliar with this place. When he was young, he would practice swordsmanship with his grandfather here every morning. To another soul, this place would become the den of a local brotherhood of thieves 7 years later. Later, the Princess Regent suppressed the illegal merchants, and the underground auction market in the city was moved to this place. But that was something that happened many days later, and there was a faded yellowish color in his memory, just like an old photo. What made Brando a little confused was that he could not tell if the memory was before or after. Amandina stood in the night, a little uneasy. She wore a beautiful moon-white dress. She had never been to the outskirts of Bragg so late in the night. Of course, when she was still the daughter of a noble family, she didn't often participate in the excursions of other noble ladies. Amandina always thought that she was a bit of a loner, but at the same time, she pridefully believed that it was because she was more knowledgeable than the other girls. She stared at the silver moon above the pine forest. The dark forest made her nervous, but there was also a hint of curiosity. It was as if the romance of an adventurer and the thrill of pursuing the unknown had taken root in her heart. It made her want to continue to stay with these people. This kind of life was both novel and full of unknowns to her. She took a deep breath to calm herself down and continued Badam's words. "If Turst isn't testing us, I'm afraid that the Unifying Guild is plotting something and needs us to attract the attention of the nobles. Of course, I think it's more likely that it's a combination of both." "That's good, my lord. It's best that we don't have anything to do with those demons in human skin." Badam sat on the tree stump and said loudly, "Now that the bastard in the noble's skin is not here, he can't threaten any of us." "Didn't my lord say that you want to go to Ranner?" Let's go there together. Let's go far away and see what he can do to us. Amandina heard Badam's words and looked at Brando. She only found out today that Brando's true identity was not only a high-ranking member of the mercenary group, but also the mastermind behind the scenes. This made the young man even more mysterious in her eyes. But what made her even more determined was that Turst, who had been secretly searching for her, was actually a member of the Unifying Guild. The Erewhon organization in the Sea of Abyss was not as simple as it seemed. Amandina's face turned pale when she heard that name. Amandina did not think that Brando would lie to her, but this young knight did not seem to have the need to. Amandina quickly saw Brando shaking his head. Brando retracted his gaze from his stats. With his rich knowledge and experience in the game, he had already figured out the Planeswalker class. Or rather, it should be said that the Planeswalker class was not a class. He saw that he still only had a few identities and professions: mercenary, militia, commoner, and scholar. This meant that the Planeswalker itself wasn't counted as a profession. It couldn't even be counted as an identity or a secondary profession. Brando thought for a moment and understood the meaning of this existence. The core of the Planeswalker class was the Cards of Fate, and it should be a large and unique system of items. Players could use this system to simulate and realize the abilities of any class. In other words, this thing was a set of rules that were outside of the original rules in the game. Even though it looked very strong, if every player could grasp it, it would not be considered as a ridiculous ability. Of course, if there were only geniuses, why would it not exist in the original game, but appear in this world? But what made Brando feel a little strange was that it was clear that this system of items had the ability to grow, and this growth was not limited to relying on more cards to achieve it, but was closely related to the holder's personal ability. He found that when he was only level 10, he only had 4 cards in his hand. But when he reached level 13, the number of cards in his hand had increased to 5, and the red, gold, and gray elements in the elemental pool that represented the knight deck had increased by 1 slot. But at this time, he heard Badam's words. Badam's words could be said to be his thoughts in a certain way, but Brando knew that he could not think about this problem at this time. He was no longer the simple player he used to be. He had already realized that perhaps getting involved with All for One might be a decision that was beneficial to him. Of course, he did not want to wallow in the mire with those who did not care about human lives. On the contrary, he was thinking about how to play as a spy. So he shook his head. What? Badam hesitated for a moment, and said hesitantly, "My lord, you want to work with them? But those people are not good people, they have never had a good reputation." Amandina originally wanted to say something, but now she did not say anything. Brando's decision made her sigh in relief. In fact, she wanted to remind Brando that All for One's power was not small. If Turst was willing to let him leave, then there must be a backup plan. She didn't want the Amber Sword mercenary group to make a strong enemy before they even left Grimoires. As Brando's aide, she had subconsciously seen the mercenary band as the young knight's private property. "Of course I know who those people are, Badam. But you have to consider the consequences. Since I proposed this to that guy, I will not say a lie that will be exposed immediately," Brando said to Badam. "Then, don't we have to incite the refugees to riot?" Badam could not help but scratch his head, a little reluctant. "Of course not, Brando will definitely have a way. It's like this, when we were in Bucci, we called him the Almighty Brando." The little Roman stood by the river and bent down to pick up stones to play with the water. When she heard Badam's words, she could not help but turn around and say, "Since when did you give me such a nickname in Bucci?" Brando glanced at the little brat and could not help but think in annoyance. But the little Roman's current actions did not match her current clothes and temperament at all. She and Amandina had changed their clothes. Their original set of clothes had already been ruined in the chaos at the auction house. The little Roman did not bring any change of clothes. During the journey, Brando bought a few sets of clothes for her from a nearby merchant's house. The merchant girl had been hiding them like a treasure. But this time, she temporarily wore a dress from Amandina's house. The little Roman wore a black dress with gold trimmings that matched her slender waist very well. Only the bottom part of the dress revealed a circle of white laced petticoats. Originally, when she walked, she had her own unique temperament, full of confidence. She raised her head and puffed out her chest. Her well-developed bosom showed a beautiful curve under the tight tunic dress. Amandina felt a burst of jealousy looking at her. But Amandine especially tied her light brown hair up and put on a flower accessory. When the little merchant girl walked out of the room, she proudly twirled around Brando and smiled sweetly at him. Even now, Brando was still a little dazed when he saw her. But she looked very much like the female merchants in the port of Ampere Seal. But no one of that status would roll up their sleeves, reveal their white arms, and bend over to carefully pick up the stones on the riverbank to see which one could fly farther on the water. In fact, Brando did not even understand why this girl had to wear such troublesome clothes when she came to the wilderness. Of course, the answer to this question would probably be, because I am a merchant. This kind of answer did not go through the brain. Badam listened to the Roman's words and looked at Brando in confusion. Brando nodded. In less than half a month, these refugees who have gathered in the south of Brags will have problems. The upcoming celebration will appease them for a while, but in the end, it will not solve the root cause. Those nobles who live well will not understand. Really? This time, Amandina showed a look of curiosity. Brando nodded. The August riot was not a big deal in history. But it was enough to provide an answer to Terst, and it did not take much effort for them to do so. Brando did not have the intention to stop the riot, and he did not have the power to do so. The refugees needed space to survive, and settling them down was a difficult task. The nobles were not willing to take up this burden, and no one could take it up. There were tens of thousands of mouths to feed. Badam opened his mouth. He did not expect this complicated problem to be solved so easily by Brando. He could not help but turn to look at Amandina. Amandina was faintly worried. She was not like the careless red-bearded mercenary who only had the simplest line of thinking. She always felt that Brando seemed to know more than any of them. Brando saw Roan and his men coming out of the dark forest, and his spirits lifted. He sent Roan to investigate the situation in the city, and it seemed like there was some progress. As expected, Roan and the two short burglars came out of the bushes and said to Brando, "We've investigated it thoroughly. It was indeed those trash who neglected their duties. The undead disguised themselves as merchants and entered the city." "Who was it?" Brando asked. "A cavalry captain called Carancado." Roan replied. He wanted to say something, but he saw Brando shaking his head. Brando happened to know this Carancado because he was the future commander of the silver-winged cavalry of the White Mane Army. "This guy is from the royal faction." Brando muttered to himself. So that's how it is. Neglecting their duties is not as simple as it seems. He could not help but think of the fire seeds at the auction. This matter was probably related to the royal faction. Everything that happened in Brags and the Amber Sword was later covered up, or else Brando would not have known about it. This meant that there was an unknown power behind this. The royal faction was playing with fire. Brando could not help but break out in cold sweat when he thought of the cause and effect of this. Only Oberg VII could think of this. Wasn't this inviting a wolf into the house? Fortunately, Incersta's dragon intent was not in Grenoirs, or else the situation in the south of Erewhon would be ruined. Of course, he could not help but think that Oberg VII could have caused the situation in the south to deteriorate to the point that it could not be worse. P.S. Whether you think this book is uninspired, or have no expectations for this book, please stop reading. Leaving comments in the book review section every few days, even if you are not disgusted, I am. Regarding the issue of automatic saving, compared to Word, I am more used to Notepad. Lastly, I would like to emphasize that those who do not have high expectations for this book can stop reading. Thank you for your cooperation. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support legal reading. Chapter 130. Scene 59, The Last Night of Braggs, Part 1, No Matter What. The setting sun of Aween had sowed the seeds of its internal strife. King Oberg VII gradually realized that he was getting old and that his strength was not as great as he wished. He was eager to clear the way for the new king to ascend to the throne, so he could not help but take action. After all, his greatest threat was the two rebellious duchies in the south of the kingdom. Brando knew that King Oberg VII ascended to the throne at the age of 93. This king had great ambitions when he was young, and he wanted to emulate his grandfather, Anson XI. That was when the militia and guards were first established, and when the central power of Erewhon was at its peak. However, the world was not in his control. Even though Oberg VII had witnessed the arrogance of the local nobles, and the young Duke Erech even threatened his father, Oberg VI, to change the defense laws, these memories left a deep impression in the king's heart. However, he lacked Anson XI's ability to use both kindness and power. Moreover, during Anson XI's reign, Erewhon had no internal or external threats. The royal family could even control the local armies, and the current turbulent times could not compare. In the cold night of Bragg's outskirts, the wind gradually picked up. The wind, which came from the sea, followed the path of the northern ridges of the Kalanga Mountains, passed through the hills and mountains of Randner, and carried with it the scents of the woods and the rivers of that long journey, which penetrated deeply into the lungs of every one on the fringes of the forest. Roman stood barefoot in the water, and she could not help but raise her head and squint her eyes, letting the wind caress her smooth forehead. The smell of the wind here is exactly the same as in Butchie, Brando. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She could not help but exclaim in surprise. Amandina also took a deep breath, but she coughed instead. Brando glanced at her, and then raised his head, just in time to see the night wind carrying a dark cloud from the west, covering a large patch of stars. It was as if the kingdom's dark future was foretold. Brando didn't feel heavy at all. Instead, there was a kind of excitement that swept through every nerve ending in his body. To him, the impending chaos was also an opportunity. Could he participate in this history and rely on his meager strength to change the heavy and cold history that seemed to be engraved on a stone slab? This was not a fantasy, but a signal to urge him to take action. Brando seemed to have smelled a hint of warning in the air. He turned his head, and there was a faint flush of excitement on his fair face. He asked, "Did you get the money?" Although Cripple didn't understand why a simple piece of news could make Brando go into a daze, he realized that he couldn't see through this young man anymore. At the auction house, he had seen with his own eyes how Brando had killed the powerful spiritual servant. That was not the skill of an ordinary person. Now that he thought about it, he could only attribute it to the fact that he was the descendant of that old thing. He couldn't help but look at Brando again, and then answered with sincerity, "The money is in our hands. Brando, I followed your orders and moved the money to a safe place." "The auction house compensated you?" Cripple was shocked and nodded hurriedly. Brando knew that Bragg's underground auction house was backed by the local nobles. This was an open secret. That was why he wasn't worried that he would suffer unnecessary losses. To these people, reputation and face were more important than money. "How much money do we have in total?" Brando asked. Cripple stretched out his hand and made a count. Excluding the money they used, there were still 2.5 billion tor left. Brando looked at it and saw Amandina walking over with his shoes. He looked at Badam and Amandina who were sitting at the side and replied, "That's good too. Our business in Bragg's has come to an end." In reality, Brando's original plan still had some details to be perfected. For example, there was a quest in the noble's library that allowed him to obtain a low-level skill book. Another example was the quest in the Cross Star, and that gave him a permanent increase of 1 energy rank to the Golden Wine. It was a pity that these quests could not be completed in a day. Brando estimated that it would take him a month to complete them in the game, and it would only be slower here. As a player who strived for perfection, he should have stayed to reap all the benefits. However, the sudden change in the situation in Bragg's and the presence of the unifying guild made him realize that it was not a good idea to stay here for long. As soon as this warning appeared, Brando reacted as quickly as possible. He had already decided to leave this place and head east or south. He would go deep into the mountains of Randner, pass through the Tasandika forest, and follow the northern ridge of the Karana Mountains to search for his treasure. Where are we going? Although Badam was clamoring to leave this troublesome place, he was still a little worried when it came to it. Even though he was a mercenary, the furthest he had gone was Karsuk. But according to Brendel's explanation, they might have to cross Randner and reach the shores of the Sea of Stars, where they would be able to see the towering mountain that the poet spoke of. Following that path, they would have to enter the wilderness. Legend has it that after passing through the Tasandika forest under the mountain, or following the Silver Beach to the east, there would be an endless desert. The people of Karsuk lived here for a long time, and in their stories, there were some countries to the east of the desert. For example, the most famous legend, the Land of Pearls, the Kingdom of the Nine Phoenixes. We will split into two. Badam, you will bring Cripple back to the group, and let Redo bring everyone to a place called Gree. To get there, you will need to hire a guide. The safest route for now is the road to the north of Randner. Nominally, you only need to use the banner of a mercenary to not cause any trouble. Brando thought for a while and replied. Gree, where is that place? That is the easternmost port of the kingdom, Brando smiled. The scenery there is not bad, and the local girls are simple and warm. Badam, you might find a girl you like there. Badam blushed and muttered, I am a mercenary who is always wandering, my lord. That was in the past. Now, you are my retainer. Brando did not mind at all. The red-bearded mercenary immediately shut his mouth, but his face showed a look of yearning. Even if he was a little reluctant before, he was now eager to give it a try. What about you, my lord? He thought for a while and asked again. I have some personal matters to attend to. Brando thought of the thorn of light that he had lost in the auction house and felt it was a pity. However, that sword had gradually lost its luster after reaching level 20, so it was necessary to change to another weapon. In fact, his equipment and strength did not improve at all in the past month, which was a far cry from his original plan. Of course, Braggs's preparations were necessary. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood. Brando's actions were already fast enough, but he was not satisfied with it. Especially after his encounter with Turst, he felt the need to increase his strength. Therefore, at that time, he had made a mental note of this adventure. His goal was still the Dusty Kingdom, but before that, he had to verify the words of the White Knight Ebden. Brando did not dare to let his guard down when it came to the Lionheart sword. However, he needed to use the Sage Slate to make the Stone Sage speak. Brando did not have any hopes for the Sage Slate that would reach Braggs in a few days. Putting aside the fact that he did not have enough time, he did not have the money of 500,000 Tor right now. But it's fine. I'll just go and get a Sage Slate. He knew that there were a few dungeons in the game that would drop it. The closest ones were Randner, Grinoires, the Misty Forest at the border of Erech, the ruins of the Necromancer's Temple, and the Dragon's Canyon. These places were suitable for him to go on an adventure at his level, and he only needed to prepare a little. Brando also knew that he needed to increase his strength, and this was killing two birds with one stone. Brando said that he had personal matters to attend to, so Badam did not say anything. His thoughts had already flown to Gree. Brando's description of that place made his heart itch. He had never seen the sea in his life. Brando turned back and asked, Roman, what about you? What are your plans? Are you coming with me, or are you staying behind to take care of the celebration? Romaine tilted her head and answered as if it was a matter of course I'm going with Brando. But the light in her eyes clearly said that she was going to take the risk. Roman was going to take the risk. You're not going to earn money? Brando was surprised and could not help but touch her forehead to see if she had a fever. Of course not, Roman slapped his hand away and said proudly, Lord Roman has already arranged everything here. I've already handed it over to Sue, and the rest is just waiting for the funds to come in. Sue? Brando was stunned. He remembered the girl who looked at him with a cold face, and felt like he owed her a million tor. Isn't that the Redo's daughter? Yes. Roman nodded. She's here to look for Freya. I'm Freya's best friend, so of course I can ask Sue for a little help. You're really not worried about people. Brendel could not help but smack her on the head. This action had become a habit for him recently. Roman immediately smiled like a little fox. If that's the case, I'll stay as well. Amandina suddenly said, this is part of my job anyway. Brando stopped and looked at her. You can't stay. Mother Marcia above. Amandina and the future master alchemist, Tamar, are the most valuable assets I have right now. He could not leave these two people in Bragg's no matter what. He had to take them with him for safety's sake. Tamar had to bring his heavy alchemy equipment, so he could only let him go with Redo and the others. And in the spirit of not putting all eggs in one basket, he had to let Amandina go with him. If Roman was with him, at least there would be another girl who could take care of Amandina. Turst is still here, and you know his identity. The Unifying Guild is not an ordinary person. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. Come with me, and I'll let Roman take care of you. He thought for a moment and replied. How can I do that? Amandina was stunned. She had a trace of yearning for an adventurous life, but she knew that she could not adapt to such a life. For a girl like her, adventuring was just a beautiful dream that existed in her dreams. Some people would follow their impulsive thoughts, but Amandina was not such a person. But just as she began to hesitate, Romaine's words shattered her reservations. Of course you can, Amandina. Adventuring is very interesting. Amandina could not help but look at Brando. Brando nodded. There's no need to say any more. Everyone, go and prepare. We'll split up and enter the city. I'm afraid that Turst will come looking for trouble again. Before the last star disappears, we'll gather at the east gate. Everyone nodded in agreement. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.